Good to see you, everyone. My name is Robbie Howell, and welcome to the final episode of Last Train from Narvul. Would have been the second, now is the third ever fully recorded series. Rich beat me to the punch. However, after a couple of excellent episodes, we are here for the thrilling conclusion. And what a group we have for it. First, yourselves, then we'll go back through the order and introduce your characters. Tell us a bit about yourself, Tim.
Hello, everyone. My name is Tim. You may have seen me from the other two series that have been here on Enclave and a couple of other one-offs as well.
Yes, indeed. And next up, a new addition to our actual play roster. Fawn, tell us a bit about yourself.
Um, I am similar to Robbie. I do tabletop RPGs all the time, and finally found a server just a community that I enjoy being a part of.
Awesome.
So I'm really glad for this opportunity.
Well, it's great to have you. And lastly, Tomáš.
Hello, I'm Tomáš. I've been playing Enclave for 2 years. Occasionally, I appear on actual play, so here I am again.
Indeed. I like the angle of your camera today, Tomáš.
I look, no matter what I try, it's never freaking correct.
Well, it's very in character. And speaking of which, let's talk about characters. Tim, who are you playing?
Oh, today we are bringing in Clara Hetzenberger, my free runner. She has been on 3 actual plays before, and if you ask her how fast she can go, she will simply respond with yes.
Yeah, she's also level 8. You have a talent for power leveling your characters, Tim. So we've seen her at like a number of points over her growth, because I think Super Renaissance card, she was like level 2 or something.
Yep.
Yeah, so we've seen her over a lot of different power levels. Next up, Fawn, tell us about who you're playing today. Oh, you're currently muted. If you need a moment, that's perfectly fine.
All right.
No problem.
So I am playing a guy named Lance Veyron. He is my first and my main character. He's a very to the job and complete the objective, go home type person. And recently on his adventures, his character, the character's wife and child have both appeared in Enclave. So that's a whole nother set of story.
Absolutely. He is also level 7. We have a very high-level group today. And rounding that high-level group off is Tomáš's character. Tell us about it.
Yes, I'm going to be playing a completely regular character. There is nothing suspicious about them at all. They have a trench coat, a wizarding hat, and they may or may not be a bunch of threats in a trench coat.
Yeah, the Hive is absolutely iconic at this point. Level 7 as well. And it's good that we have so many high-level characters here, because this is a pretty intense one. Obviously, Last Train from Narvul is a very intense series, and let's jump straight into it. For those who aren't familiar with Last Train, the quick, one sentence pitch is as follows. Against the backdrop of the nation of Narvul falling to the unstoppable scarred army, an unlikely family of heroes has commandeered an armored train to escort survivors to safety. Now, this final episode in the series is going to be as such. On the last episode, a large number of survivors were rescued from a locked down village that was being held by a group of fanatical survivalists, for want of a better term. And with an almost full train of survivors, though the train is limping on its last legs, the end is in sight. The border of Narvul is on the horizon. However, there is one final terror to overcome. The armored checkpoint that is holding the border, this section of the border, by the allies of Narvul, the new Treodet Combine, is being attacked, besieged even, by a large force of Scarred. The rail that the armored train is on can only escape the country through this checkpoint. To turn around and backtrack and go to another checkpoint would mean going straight into the enormous number of Scarred that's been pursuing the train over all of this time. To wait would mean the Scarred being caught up. And even if waiting, what waiting for? For the current army of Scarred to the current force of Scarred before to break the checkpoint and hold it? That's a terrible idea. There is only one feasible option, which is to break through during the siege of the checkpoint and try to get on to the other side. Things of note. One, with the current supplies, even if the train does make it through, it will grind to a halt before it can put enough ground between it and the Scarred. So not only do you have to get the train through the armored checkpoint during the battle, you also have to get it some more supplies. Particularly fuel, food important as well. Second of all, there are 95 Narvuli survivors currently aboard the train. The goal of the Makul family, the en-henmindari clan who is facilitating this adventure, their goal is 100. So another goal you have is to pick up 5 more survivors. Obviously more than that if people die during this. Again, the Makuls, the en-henmindari, the ones who are managing this evacuation, they are ready to sacrifice themselves. Them dying does not count against your success of the mission. Last thing of note, this I did not put on the briefing sheet, is that these fortified checkpoints are places where rails can kind of feed through and have their loads assessed and tariffs taken and things like that. As such, it's not just a straight shot through the checkpoint. There are gates that need to be opened in order for the train to pass through, and given that it's currently being besieged, these are not open. As such, you will need to help the train through the checkpoint by opening these major gates inside, and in so doing, this will be allowing Scarred in. This is a terrible situation because, of course, the Treodet soldiers, the new Treodet Combine soldiers who hold this checkpoint, will likely fight tooth and nail to prevent you from opening any such gate. Yes, you have a bunch of survivors. Yes, they're sympathetic. They don't care. They're being attacked by a horde of omnicidal maniacs. And as such, you can expect perhaps the new Treodet, if you are incautious, to treat you as enemies as well. That said, there's certainly ways to play it such that won't be the case, but you cannot dawdle. If you are slow about this, the Scarred that are behind the fleeing train are going to catch up, and that's going to be a massive problem. You'll be sandwiched between the besieging force of Scarred and the ones from behind. So in summary, really rough situation. Get through, get fuel, ideally get food, get at least 5 more survivors, and make it to the other side, past the border, to safety, relative safety. Questions?
Yes, I have a question. I just realized the Duster does no longer exist in V2.
Fine, we'll run V1.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions?
Yeah, how far to the checkpoint, and how far do we have to go from said checkpoint to safety?
So you guys are currently going downhill towards the checkpoint. When you come in, the train is on its way to try to just charge, given that the Scarred have breached the first layer of the checkpoint, meaning that their best guess on their way in was to blow down the first gate with the turret that's mounted atop the train. They unfortunately do not have more rounds than that. And so they were just hoping to try to get into the checkpoint, but then the gates that block them from getting out, they weren't sure how to deal with. Not to mention it'd be nice to save that shell if they can. In terms of once you have gotten through the checkpoint, once you're through to the other side, you have fuel, you have survivors, mission success. Assuming that there aren't Scarred on the train killing people, the train it's a straight shot. It should be able to make enough ground to just escape. Does that answer your question, Tim?
Yeah.
Awesome. Other questions?
Very high.
Yes,
question.
I have. Oh, I had 3 questions.
Okay, in that case, real quick from Tomáš, and then Fawn, hit me with your 3.
Very high-coded question. We do not care about how many enemies get in past the checkpoint?
No. The Scarred will win here. It's just a matter of time. And so even from a goody-goody perspective, doesn't matter. Fawn, hit me.
Magic level, tech level, and collateral ratio.
So this entire setting is pretty much World War One in terms of its tech level.
All right.
You're dealing with trains, you're dealing with rifles, you're dealing with some things like, explosive artillery and stuff like that. So maybe like between World War One and Two in some cases. In terms of the Scarred, however, not only are they going to try to adapt the technology of the area and meld it with flesh to make these awful constructs, but I will say the Scarred have the upside of they're way worse with guns. Like, you aren't going to have to worry about as many firearms from the Scarred. They're mostly going to try to, like, grab you and rip you to shreds. Plus make great engines and devices. But they do have some projectiles. If you want details on the Scarred and the types that have been encountered, though this mission is likely to encounter new, there's a sheet for it.
I spent the last few hours watching the previous 2 parts.
Sick. Yeah. So yeah, for tech level, it's that. Magic level, the local peoples to this area use very little, if no magic. The Scarred, however, are almost pure magic to some degree. They are creatures whose amalgamation of flesh and metal is magical in nature. And the final question that you had was collateral. Yeah. You obviously need to make sure that the Narvuli survivors aboard the train, obviously, the mission cannot succeed unless you have 100 or more of them that are escaping. And the mission's starting with 95. The en-henmindari, they all can die. They are ready to. I mean, would be nice if they didn't, but they can. And the new Treodet soldiers, while hypothetically they are your allies, they are also in a terrible panicked situation beset by an unkillable enemy. And as such, they are, while an ally on paper, they could be desperate and are technically inconsequential to the success of your mission. So, in summary, the only collateral you need to worry about at all are survivors.
All right, so get people past the border, essentially. That's it.
Yep.
Anybody else that tries to stop us, write them off as dead. Got it. This is going to be a very simple mission for Lance, then.
Yep, absolutely.
Okay. I've got 2 more questions on my end. First off, time of day and weather.
The classic. Morning. Perfectly clear. Though, given the setting that you're in, it is a bit dusty. However, now that you're close to the border, you're getting out of the more arid environments. On the other side of the border is actually like a floodplain. That is like partially submerged except for the elevated section where the rails run across. And so it's not going to be nearly as dry as the other areas that these missions have taken place in.
So
kind of leads to my other question, which is terrain.
Yeah, and terrain is going to be on the side of Narvul. It's, again, arid, mountainous, cliffy, jagged. But there's going to be a lot more like plant life than there have been on previous missions because proximity to beyond the border, which is, again, floodplain. It's wet, it's rich, it's clayish, and it will be absolutely loaded with like floating plant life and like grain fields that are growing in the water. But the checkpoint itself is a big steel and concrete fortified bunker that's like the size, well, to keep the analogy going, the size of like a major city train station. Big thing, with a good amount of heavy artillery on board, and with, again, all the train tracks kind of running in front, and the series of big heavy gates that are used in peace times to check trains that are going through and similar. Fawn, you had a thing?
Yes, I do. One. So I have this flavored like armor. I asked conduits how they would run it because of the world Lance comes from. How would you feel if I flavored my armor as dragon scaled armor from a dragon he's killed on a mission?
It's a skin.
In his own land.
So long as it functions like full plate, I do not care at all.
All right. Because the last conduit I did, they gave it a magic resistance.
Oh, I wouldn't allow that. But I think that
they did it on their own.
I understand.
They did it on their own.
Yep.
So-
but I'd say that, yeah, assuming that you're not looking to get anything extra out of it, then that's
No,
perfectly
I'm not.
fine. But it could be a cool
Skyrim
grounding.
Dragonborn,
Yeah.
Skyrim Dragonborn type run.
Sure. I think it could be a cool like flavor reason or grounding point for a Defiance. You do have, I think, 4 to will. Sounds about right.
Or almost 5.
Yeah.
I
so-
believe after this mission, I'll be level 8,
Nice.
having both 5 in Arcane and Whip.
Cool. Other questions?
I'm good.
Nice.
So, can we get additional soldiers on the train?
Yes.
Do those count as survivors?
I can.
I think we can abduct the soldiers, right?
Now, the Treodet Combine soldiers, they are not Narvulis. In order to fulfill the mission requirements, you need 100 Narvuli survivors.
Okay.
Now, will you be able to tell the difference? Absolutely. The new Treodet people will have a distinct uniform on, and getting them aboard the train can't hurt, right? Like, they're definitely going to be excited to see it, because a lot of them are going to be wanting/needing to GTFO. But it will not technically fulfill your mission requirements, and if you take too many of them, the train will be overloaded, and that, of course, would be a serious problem as well.
Oh, one more question. Is there a specific place where we should look for refuel? Because I think that could be a problem.
Yes, there's like a refueling depot in the checkpoint.
Oh, okay.
Where
Okay.
like where the tracks like cut through the middle, they have a point where they will like veer off to the side if you flip a switch on the tracks, and it goes straight up to like a very neat set of like coal and water dispensers to fill the tender with.
Okay.
All right. I have a mechanic question now.
Yeah.
All right. The banner
Yep.
for Thane. I have 2 of those. And I've been able to summon a total of 6. And as far as I'm aware, the banner brings them from my homeland, which are typically fantasy based. I've been allowed to bring mages and whatnot. I just want to know your ruling on that so I don't get ahead of myself in the mission.
It would be situationally dependent, but the V2 wording for banner is you get to pitch the soldiers, but the number is going to be inversely proportionate to the value of the soldiers. And so if you are the number we have listed for like basic dudes is 5. And so if you're looking for like 2 exceptional dudes, I would allow that. And for something like a mage, it would depend entirely on the capacities of the mage involved. Like if you were asking me for a healer, for example, I might give you 1, and it would probably be not a very good one because healing is really strong in Enclave.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I'm expecting that actually.
Totally. In that case, it sounds like we are about good to go. Final questions, if any?
No. When do we win?
We will see about that. In that case, let us pivot to assembly. Your characters brought together in Enclave HQ to discuss the task at hand. You're arriving simultaneously, brought from your various homes across Manifold to this beautiful gray building, infinite and labyrinthine, led through by faceless attendants to a small, plush, wealthy chamber in the center that is full of local snacks and other refreshments your characters might want. It also has a faceless Enclave attendant ready to answer last-minute questions. It has telepads over in the corner ready to be used. But you guys would enter simultaneously. I will ask for a brief physical, reminder of physical appearance and your first actions as you enter. We will begin with Clara.
All right. Clara's 5'6", 175 pounds, 29, and she has this bit of muscle on her athletic build. She has on her athletic kit, which is like a red and black jersey, white 3/4 length pants, gray stockings, black sneakers. She also has on her pummel ball helmet, which is just like a typical American football helmet, which is basically the Spangen helm. She also has a snake on her shoulders for whatever reason, and a team cape draped around her shoulders, which is the feathered cloak. And when she arrives, she just basically does like a sprint into the assembly room, does like a vaulting somersault, lands on the other side of the table, and she just does a bow. Well, that's a great way to get myself pumped up.
The most Clara entrance possible. Now, the Hive. Brief reminder of physical appearance. and first actions upon entering simultaneously with Clara.
Yes, the Hive are 50 rats in a trench coat. They try to conceal the fact that they are rats very much, so only thing that you see is a trench coat and a tall wizarding hat, which pretty much just sits on their shoulder. There is a complete lack of face on the Hive, of course. Besides that, I guess there's no other elements I could even describe about them. They do have sneakers. They do usually not actually walk with the sneakers. They do usually just sort of like drag them behind by the shoelaces. But sometimes they actually use them more competitively.
And the Hive,
Anyways,
Hive does stand bipedally, so to speak, but is kind of unnaturally squirmy, is the way you've kind of described it.
It is sort of like a mound of rats underneath a trench coat that somewhat vaguely try to imitate a shape of a person. If they need to keep up a disguise, they try much harder, but sometimes they just are fine with a passable disguise. So I think they just sort of like glide into the assembly room. The moment that they notice that there's someone else, they sort of like try to imitate actual steps being taken, but they still sort of like glide along the ground kind of awkwardly. I think the moment they enter, they just sort of like shift sideways without even readjusting their gaze and stand next to the wall so that they have their backs protected. They look to Clara, the person that just is way too full of energy, so that's immediately suspicious to the Hive. They simply nod and say, "Greetings, we are the Hive."
Hey, Clara Hetzenberger, 10-time repeat Pummelball champion. I go fast.
The Hive very subtly nods and unfolds their folding fan, and they just sort of like fan themselves to blend a bit better.
And lastly, Lance, physical appearance and first actions upon entering the assembly chamber, joining your two companions who have already been described. You are currently muted. Oh, Fawn, do you need a moment? Yes, no, maybe so. Well, in the meantime, we can go. We can stick with these other two for a moment. Fawn, let me know when you're good. However,
Discord was just being messy.
Oh, no problem.
Discord was just being glitchy and all that.
Totally understand it. Physical appearance and first actions upon entering.
So before you even get to see his appearance, all you hear is like the sounds of armor clinking to the ground, heavier than it should be. And when you see this black colored dragon scale or bone like armor. Looks like a knight, but everything except the helmet. He has scars and burn marks all over his face from his previous missions. He doesn't look too thrilled nor non-excited either. He just seems focused. As he looks at his necklace, which has a locket of his wife and kid, and does a quick mental prayer as he situates his gear, tightening the weights on his arms and legs, as he proceeds to just simple wave to Clara and this floating pile of clothes.
And
the Hive tries to imitate human biology to an extent, but
only partially successfully.
Yes.
Responses to the wave. We'll begin with Clara.
Clara reciprocates the wave. Hey, Clara Hetzenberger, 10-time repeat Pummelball champion. Seems like we're going to be protecting a train. Which reminds me, she reaches into her pants pocket and pulls out her earpiece. Got these little things right here. Coach used them in the game to help communicate with me on the field, just in case we need to call an audible or something. These might come in handy. I take one. One of you can have the other.
I guess Lance would take it, knowing from another character, Mr. X, what these are.
Yeah.
And as he puts it in, the words you hear Lance say is, "What is a train?"
she just shrugs, and she also taps the energy drinks that are on her side. Also got a few of these. They can help you like go fast and ignore any exhaustion, but the crash just really sucks. So if you want them, fine. If not, I'll just hold on to them.
In response to Lance's question, the faceless Enclave attendant in the room would wordlessly motion, and a projector screen would flick on and give like a brief, like super brief presentation for Lance of what exactly a train is. A self-powered, very large carriage.
So then that thing in the other mission is called a tax. I am so confused. This runs on horsepower too, correct?
And the presentation would flick to the next segment, giving Lance the most basic summary of how it works more like a forge. You put coal in it, and then that generates forward power. Pretty dang cool. But obviously in no
just
such
a
patronizing
moving
way.
blacksmith. Got it.
Bingo.
As
We'll take
as
it.
Lance is studying trains, the Hive is going to take an opportune moment to move towards Clara. The Hive seems very interested in getting some energy drinks for itself.
Yeah, she looks to the Hive. How many cans you want?
How many can you spare?
I have 5. I probably want to keep at least 1 or maybe 2 for myself, just in case I need that quick extra boost. Not that I need it.
You said 1 or maybe 2, so the Hive interprets that as 1, so they ask for 4.
You know what? Okay, she gives the Hive 4 out of 5 of her energy drinks.
Look at Clara.
The last is for herself.
Giving away things
And,
to all of her team.
like,
She had party
extend
favors.
They extend their hand, but like no actual hand, right? Just sleeve, and they sort of like roll the energy drinks into the sleeve and then stuff it into their coat.
Yep.
Nice.
And with Lance having learned about trains and the Hive having secured a supply, the attendant in the room would turn on a heel and walk from it wordlessly. And the group of you would see the 3 teleporters along the far wall would spring to life and begin to gently gleam. Final actions before we teleport out.
Well, the Hive is going to sort of like sling back into the shadow and move alongside the wall towards the teleporter.
And as the Hive is shiftily doing so, final actions from Clara.
Clara just does like some last minute stretches, make sure that her limbs are all limber, and she's like, "All right, it's game time. Let's go do this!" And steps onto her telepad.
And Lance, final actions.
He's actually going to ask one final question to his team.
Yeah.
As he walks towards his. What does your guys' combat effectiveness entail? Are you good at it, or are you more here for keeping a train moving?
How would Clara?
We do not know how to move a train. Is the only response you get from the Hive. The implications seem rather obvious.
Yeah. And how would Clara respond to this?
Oh, I go fast. I'm really good at like whacking people. Sometimes my uppercuts send them really go flying, and I can also get people to follow me, that sort of thing.
Understood.
Partially.
Yeah. He just stands on. He puts his arms over his chest like in an X formation as he's about to teleport out.
And as the 3 of you take your places on the telepads, you would feel the now all too familiar sensation of dissociation running up through your bodies. Or, in the Hive's case, rat to rat to rat. For the 2 humans here, you would experience this as a tingling, starting in your toes, running up your legs, leaving them asleep in its wake. When the tingling passes your midsection, your guts churn violently. When it passes your chest, your heart flutters, and then you no longer feel it beat. As the Hive feels it, rat after rat after rat just kind of blips out of existence, leaving the other ones all the more antsy. But when the 2 humans feel the tingling past their eyes, their vision explodes into ribbons of color. The world falls away. There's a buzzing in their ears, as well as a distant, unhappy squeaking. And then there is nothing. But as swiftly as the sensation came, it leaves. And you all find yourselves surrounded by throbbing metal. There's the great sound of the engine's wheels churning and churning and churning, and you find that you're up in the locomotive, looking out of a central screen down a wide front with a cow, like a heavy, like reinforced cow catcher structure at the base. And directly in front of you, you can see you're going straight downhill, almost at full tilt. And up ahead, there is the entire throng of Scarred besieging the outpost. The outpost is nestled between kind of two great arms of a cliff. So it's like a choke point, but not like a hard choke point. You could get around it if you really wanted to. And the Scarred that are attacking it are immensely numerous. We're talking like this outpost, just looking at it at a guess, probably is manned by no more than like 50 to 100 people. The Scarred are attacking in like a force of 10,000 plus, including many of their war engines. Among these war engines, just looking at it from a distance, you can see what look like walkers, two-legged walkers made of flesh and metal ripped together that like stagger up towards the walls and slam against them with enormous ripping jaws to tear away huge chunks of concrete and steel. The cannons on the walls are blasting and slamming Scarred, but wherever they hit, more come. And you can even see Scarred in the form of ladders, reaching the walls and elongating up to cling to the top to allow more to climb up and over. The entire outpost is being overrun. They're not holding the walls, at least the outermost walls, and the Scarred are already ripping their way into the structure. You guys are less than a quarter mile away and approaching at massive speed, clearly with the full intent by the engineer of the train to just bowling ball their way through and hopefully find some way to deal with that major gate, as mentioned probably by the turret. Though there's still enough time away from that another option could be found. Last thing of note is in the this engine room, you are alongside two people. One is one of the en-henmindari, who again are immediately identifiable by the enormous amount of cloth they wear in heavy layers and the fact that their whole face is obscured except for their eyes. They also are going to be the only ones aboard the train who are carrying substantial weapons, as this one is. The second one, of course, is the train's engineer, who you can see, the two are like talking back and forth, the engineer looking increasingly panicked, though over the racket of the train's engine, it's kind of hard to immediately make out what they're saying upon porting in, except for the Hive, who with 5 pluses to sensory has absolutely no problem making out anything. Immediate actions upon porting in, we will begin as we so often do with Clara.
Yeah, Clara just takes a look as she gets her footing. She's like, oh, that sensation never gets old. She takes a look at the screen, takes a look at just how bad it is, and she's like, oh, well, I don't think, well, this is kind of like my first mission there, except instead of whatever those were, I had a horde of zombies. Oh, imagine that. And she then looks to her team. She's like, well, here's what I'm kind of thinking. Because we need to get some of these gates open. I could probably jump myself up and over and probably start working that way. Maybe also get some supplies and whatnot as well. I don't know. What are you all thinking?
I should also note that as soon as Clara starts talking, the engineer and the en-henmindari like whip around to face her. The engineer says loud enough that can be easily heard over the din of the train, "Reinforcements! Thank goodness! Thank goodness!" And the en-henmindari man says, like, quietly, immediately, and seriously, "Do you know how you can open the gate from the outside?"
Oh. No, the only thing I can probably think of is they gotta have, like, a gate control mechanism.
It would
or
be
something.
Inside. Yes, inside.
We could figure such a thing.
The engineer says, "Should I slow down the train so that we, are not crashing into it before the thing is open?"
That depends. Do you? I would probably say so because I'm going to need because I don't want to jump off of however fast we're moving. I'd like it to be slower so that way I can at least control my jump. Just saying.
Lance, actions that you'd like to take immediately upon porting in, conversation all around you, the scene I described out in front of you. What would you like to do?
Oh, yeah, no, I was muted. I was trying to talk.
I'm so sorry.
But this is what Lance says. You're worried about the gate. Why not just blow it down? Just blow a hole through it.
And the en-henmindari man says, that was our intention. He gestures and says, we have a great cannon mounted atop the first car. He says, but we only have one shell for it left. He says, and so if we break through this first gate, all of the other gates, we will have to find other ways through. And we believe that
I can suffice ammo. Do not worry.
So the engineer says, so I don't slow it down, we just blow through the first and see what happens?
Slow down the train, please.
And
slow it down just so we have time to get past so the debris falls out of the way.
he says, right. Then he goes over and starts to operate. The en-henmindari, however, says, we can slow down, but we cannot stay slow for long. We are hard pressed from the back. They are chasing us.
We shall open the gate. There is no need to cause noise, is what the Hive will say. It is already on its way out of the cabin.
Absolutely.
I got a question.
Yeah, question.
I would like to take a look at this shell they so happen to call, because I want to look at it and then ask you a question.
I think I know the question that's coming, and I'm excited for it. But first, given that trains are very foreign to Lance, so he'd probably need to be shown to it. Who would he ask to do so, and how would he frame the question?
The engineer, or the guy who told him about the big cannon. That is who he'll ask.
Yep, that would be the en-henmindari. I know that's kind of a mouthful, so you can say the rifleman, because the en-henmindari are going to be the only people here with rifles.
All right, I'm going to say the rifle dude.
Yeah, and what in Lance's words, how would he put it?
I need you to show me the thing we shoot out of big cannon.
And he says, right. And without any questions or additional interrogation, he beckons to you and hurries through the locomotive towards the tender, the car with the coal and the water in it, and then past that towards the 3 passenger cars. Now, again, I'm not going to dwell too heavily on this, but given that Lance only just learned what a train is, and trains are pretty freaking impressive, cool things, what's his experiences? What's his feeling as he's being led through this house on wheels made of steel?
It's just a moving blacksmith that shoots a cannon. That's all he cares about.
Yeah, and as he is being led out across the tender, which is open sky, as soon as he's led out of the locomotive and across the little catwalk that leads around the tender to the passenger cars, not only would he see the cannon mounted atop the first passenger car, holy hell. I don't know if Lance has seen cannons or where he's from their cannons. This thing is
he has cannons. He knows cannons, muskets.
Yep.
He also knows what a 50 cal is because he took it to the face and survived.
Yeah, this would be, of course, mission experience notwithstanding, certainly the biggest cannon he would ever have conceived of it from his setting. But also, as soon as he leaves the locomotive with all the chugging noises and the sound, he would hear the distant bellowing of the scarred. A universal scream so loud that it can be heard even over the trains. A scream of pure pain and rage. But
Lance smirks at that distant scream.
Yeah.
And to anyone who sees this smirk, this looks like a man who's ready for a bloodbath.
And as he is led through into the first train car, before we get to him encountering the shell, let's jump over to the Hive and then to Clara. Hive, you're taking most immediate route out of locomotive, is that correct?
Yeah, the Hive steps out of the door, just for one more time declares, stop the train. We will go and search for ways to get in.
And the engineer says, all the way to a stop, are you sure?
The Hive gives a brief glance to Clara, but it's a glance which clearly says we will not be here for long.
Yeah, and by glance,
Clara just nods.
Chains turns to
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and as the train is slowing, with the...
I mean, to be fair, I think they raise a fine point. I think the Hive has been on trains before. It would have absolutely traveled on top of a train or something like that at some point. Maybe stopping the train is not the best idea, just slowing it down.
Yep.
So as the engineers is stop it entirely. Perhaps slow it down.
And as the train is slowly grinding like its brakes to loosen up on the speed, what would the Hive like to do?
5 pluses to reflex. I mean, I think I can easily like jump out of the train.
If this thing were going at full speed, you could easily survive getting it. Not even
Yes.
survive. You could probably land that jump given your small body mass.
Question: Can I outrun the train at this point? Like, is it so slow, or is it still
Now,
recurring?
as it is slowing down, no. But once it gets to like its slowed rate with running shoes plus 1 vigor, assuming you're not trying to keep any disguise, I would say that you could get ahead of it.
Not right now. 5 pluses to sensory. I want to check.
The scream immediately is ringing in your ears. Though I will say, to the Hive, this scream would definitely be less impactful than to any of the human characters I've described it to. We haven't gone into a lot of depth on this in previous missions, but the Scarred's magic is much less effective on animals. And as such, it would be disorienting and kind of weird, but it wouldn't be like, it wouldn't sink to the soul, for better or worse in the side.
And it is like a distorted human scream, right? Something
Yeah, like a chorus of hundreds of thousands of screaming voices, echoing seemingly from nowhere.
The Hive is already convinced that humans are eldritch horrors, which are not to be trusted. So this doesn't really change its opinion very much. It is definitely like, immediately checks what's happening, but as it realizes there's no imminent threat, calms down very quickly. Checking with my senses, though, if I just jump off the train, would I think I would be spotted by anyone? Or are they too preoccupied by just assaulting the gate?
And looking about, you can't see any Scarred that are currently following the train, but the train does seem to have just crested a ridge, and as such, you wouldn't have the angle to see how close they are. The Scarred that are attacking the gate and are attacking the checkpoint, if they are looking in your direction, you don't see any spy glasses. Like just judging by the way they act and move, they don't seem to be the most precise slot.
I want to tap into my wizarding head expertise.
Yeah.
We are the Hive. Do we think that they work like the Hive?
Oh, that's a really interesting question.
Are they a stupid horde of complete nothingness, or is there any intelligence to them as a group?
Okay. Give me some of the Hive's guesses or inferences in this regard.
This is human source. It has to be primitive. There is no way they can be like advanced enough to be able to cooperate together at such a degree as the Hive can. It's a Hive guess.
And just looking at the way that they're slamming themselves into this thing, the best guess the Hive can make right now is they seem more like ants. The Hive would know ants for sure. And ants, if you give them time, they'll figure it out. There's like a macro strategy to them. But on an individual level, no, it's just going to bash its head against the problem and do the most basic thing that it has been programmed to do.
Very good. Ants are respectable as far as the Hive is concerned, but the Hive thinks they are very superior to ants anyways.
Oh, of course.
So,
Plus,
I guess
that's competition for pizza slices.
Yes. I guess in that case I will just climb on top of the train, wait for it to start like really slowing down, and once I have a good vantage point on all of the creatures, I will jump down and probably run forward full speed, but instead of like actually running forward, sort of like scurry along the ground.
Yep, along the track.
Yes.
Yep. Now, something that I should also note is that because you're on like a bit of elevation as the train is going down towards the checkpoint, and so you'd actually have quite a good panoramic view. And with 5 plus sensory, you can pick out an enormous amount of detail here. I'm not going to give you an exact number because even with 5 plus sensory, I don't think you could count like to the head this fast. But the Hive would be able to estimate that there are upwards of 12,000 individual Scarred, and that's not counting their engines. Now, they're in kind of like, not a mosh pit, right? They're kind of filtering in big queues, like rushing from one side or another. But the main force of them is forming kind of like a big half moon around the front of the checkpoint. They haven't completely surrounded it yet. Instead, it seemed to be focusing on the kind of Narvul side of the border. And looking at them, you can see why. On the other side, where there's, again, more mud and the floodplains and the water, the Scarred get bogged down. And they have a lot more trouble moving there, given all the plates and metal garbage they have stapled to themselves.
All right. The Hive will convey that information, and it will also convey the exact number it has spotted. Well, not the exact number, right, but the estimated number.
Given
It
you're
just
on
sort of
top
like
of the
looks.
locomotive, how would you convey that?
It would sort of like peer over the edge, like look into the doorway. I think like holding with its sleeve onto the head so it doesn't fall down, right?
Yep.
Simply declares the number and the current situation, and then like disappears again before it can even be addressed.
Yep. Any other quick follow-ups from the Hive before we jump to Clara?
Yeah. Are any of the engines large enough that if I scale on top of them, I will be able to jump over the gate?
Oh, easily. Yeah. Again, some of they have a number of bipedal walkers here that are easily taller than the wall. They're like 4 to 5 stories high. Kind of ungainly things, almost like siege towers on legs.
Okay, I want to do a quick check. Though this is of course in the mind of Hive. I would be easily capable of scaling them, right? Like they are no match for me. Okay. Very good. Very good.
And from here, let's jump over to Clara and then back to Lance. Clara, given that for the moment you're alone with the engineer in the locomotive's driving room, what would you like to do from here?
Yeah, she looks to the engineer and she's just making sure that he's, I guess, was he told to just slow down or
his current orders are to slow down.
Yep. She looks to the engineer and she's like, well, I don't know what the big night guy's gonna be doing. I don't know if he's gonna try and shoot the gate, but I think what my plan is, I'm gonna hop on top and probably use my speed and my ability to jump good to get into the checkpoint and see what I can find. Do you know about how many gates we're gonna have to go through by chance?
I would guess 4. I would guess 4 because I've not passed a checkpoint in a very long time. But you would have the outer gate that is more defensive, and then the inner gates which are more bureaucratic. You know, you would pass from one to the other, and then each one is a different check that they have to run on the train. So I'd say the large gate we pass through, and then 2 smaller inside, and then another large on the other side. And the only thing I cannot figure out is, he points, why are they not evacuating? You would expect them to be fleeing by now, and they presumably have trains in the checkpoint that they could use to flee. I was hoping they would, because that way they would probably leave the gates open for us.
Who knows? Maybe they think they can hold them off. What else? Do you know exactly where they have that refueling stop, and possibly where some of your other guys might be?
I can say exactly where the refueling stops are. They're very easy to spot. When we got in, I can point to the switch that we can throw. I know how to operate them as well if I'm protected. He says, but I will also say that in terms of where you say more of my people, you mean Narvul inside the checkpoint?
Yes, because apparently we need a couple more to...
Yes, he says, the Makuls are determined to evacuate 100, 10 for each of them, or 10 for each of how many they started with. He says, but I don't know where they could be inside. There's probably some sort of bunker in there for place for people to stay. Maybe if they have trains ready to go, they have survivors loaded up and ready to ship out. I could not say for sure. I have not been inside this particular checkpoint. I've not been in a checkpoint in many decades.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. So I think our armored friend, he's still on the train. I think he's being shown that big old cannon. So
is he indestructible as well? There is another fellow like him with armor who is indestructible. He shakes his head in wonder.
I sincerely hope so, she remarks. But yeah, I think our trenchcoat friend and I we're gonna handle this stuff on the outside. He should be able to help you out with like the switch stuff and all that.
But what if they charge us? What if they attack us? He points to the Scarred outside.
Worst case scenario, I've got a couple of tools to mess with them, because I can probably send a few of them flying, get a few of them also chasing me, and probably also obscure a few of their vision as well.
He says, right. Good luck.
Thank you, she says as she gives him like a little salute, just tapping her little helmet as well, and then shimmying herself up onto the roof with the Hive.
Yep. This would be the point just before the point where the Hive would stick their head in to report the numbers that they've counted. But will Clara be up here with the Hive for a little while, or is she heading off right away?
Yeah, she wants to relay some plans to him or it or whatever.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yep. What are you saying?
What would Clara start saying to the Hive once they have convened?
So basically, she would tell him like, "Okay, it sounds like we're gonna have to go through 4 gates. There's like 2 exterior big gates and 2 interior small gates, and the refueling station is just after the first big gate. And he thinks that there might be survivors in like bunkers or other trains. He's also not surprised. He's also surprised that the guards are not evacuating.
We will check for people that can be brought with us, and we will force them to get on the train if needed.
Exactly.
Anything else that Clara would want to check in with the Hive about, or is she doing something else now?
She looks to the Hive. So how are you gonna get inside? Because I've got my plan. I don't know how you're gonna handle it.
The Hive points with a barely exposed gun in its sleeve towards one of the engines. Scale that one and jump.
Oh, well, I'm just gonna do the jump part myself. She smirks.
The Hive nods. Not gonna question what the other agents do. Perhaps this one can jump high.
Is Clara going to start moving off?
She looks to the Hive and she's like,
maybe
just
once
let me know when you're ready to. Just let me know when you're ready to initiate the plan.
Perhaps if you wish to scale the gate yourself, we could pose a significant distraction.
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea.
In that case,
the Hive notes.
What will the Hive be waiting for to execute their plan? Are they waiting for the train to fully finish, like slowing down, or do they have something else they're waiting for?
Well, I think the Hive isn't waiting then. It was waiting for a bit more opportune moment to make their attempt at infiltration, but it just got a new task, which is make chaos. We can certainly do that. So jump off the train, run along the tracks, initially just sprinting in a whatever way is most convenient for them, and sort of like hunching a bit lower to the ground. It would be really paying a lot of attention to when it's spotted.
Yeah.
Right.
Also of note, so Clara would see the Hive slide off as a little puddle of clothing and start shooting along in a distinctly not human-looking way along the track. Assuming the Hive is okay with partially revealing true form to maximize.
As long as no red is visible, this is okay.
Okay, yeah. Now, obviously, Clara can go substantially faster than this. What would she like to do before I jump back over to Lance?
Well, in that case, Clara is just gonna shimmy herself down or roll off or however she can gracefully get herself down onto the ground and basically just start running. And when she how tall is the wall as she gets closer?
The walls are substantial. They're like 2.5 to 3 stories up.
Well, at least she has a grappling gun, so when she gets close enough, her plan, she's probably going to use her grappling gun and yeet herself up.
Yeah. Now, as the two of them, I mean, Clara passes the Hive within like 10 seconds, even with that little head start. But as the two of you are sprinting forward, the main question I'd like you to begin to ponder on is, of course, the rail you're running along goes straight towards the main gate, which will be going through one of the biggest bulges of Scarred. That, like, they're constantly moving, of course, and in some cases piling up against the wall to use each other as, like, a ramp to climb up. Of course, they do also have their living siege towers. They do also have their extending ladder-bodied ones, but they also just throw themselves against it. And so you guys will be moving directly towards one of the major hubs of Scarred activity, where they are just moshing in front of this gate, trying to just throw themselves at their targets. So
I think I know what you're going to ask.
Yeah, you know what I'm going to ask. So be ready for me to ask it when I cut back. But first, Lance, let's jump over to you. You have been brought through to the first of the passenger cars. It's a heavy, reinforced metal thing, not like a pleasure cruise sort of train. This is a military train and is well equipped, though it has also been quite damaged. And as soon as he enters, he is greeted with the sounds of gentle groans and people trying to comfort other people who are scared or wounded. He would smell kind of the smell of sick and injured. But also, he would see immediately upon entering in the like ladder in the center that leads up to kind of a cupola sort of trapdoor at the top, presumably leading to the turret. And the en-henmindari rifleman with him would move over towards like a big mechanism near the doorway and kind of like slap the large cannon shell that is laying in wait, ready to be loaded in. It would, of course, not necessarily look like any cannon shell that Lance would be familiar with, but he can infer.
Mm-hmm.
What would Lance like to do?
He looks at the second injured, and a thought crosses his mind that makes him more motivated for the mission, just in all.
Yeah.
What if these people were his family?
Of course.
So, Lance is going to treat these people as such. They're not going to die on his watch.
Yeah, and I think something that could strike to that further as well is, while the en-henmindari are very capable soldiers, these survivors are civilians, and there are many among them who are old, who are children, who are, like, you see at least one pregnant woman nearby. These are not combatants.
No, and Lance, while having this little quick moment and looking at the shell, for how much weight he is wearing currently, would you say the floor he walks on because of his training weights on top of his armor would actually dent the ground with each step he takes?
If this were like a normal passenger train, it would be in the conversation, but since this is like a military train, it is designed for heavyweights.
All right. I wasn't sure because when you said military grade, I'm like, metal could still bend.
I'd be okay with maybe like after he passes, there's like a little dong as it like pops back into place, you know, and you like push metal in and it pops back.
I'm going to say, we don't want to waste any time, so get this thing loaded.
And the rifleman nods and would immediately begin operating the mechanism himself. Complex thing, Lance would notice while looking at it. He could probably figure it out if he took long enough, but probably no need.
Yeah, from the schematic of what a train is and him knowing siege weapons, because he's going to use that to help essentially be like, all right, this just goes here. This is just a more advanced version of a catapult or a cannon.
Yep. Even if asked to operate it by himself, he'd probably be kind of boned, but just looking at it, he can that's a good starting point for him to be like, okay, I understand the concept. What would he like to do as the turret is being loaded up?
He wants to get so the train's moving, correct?
He does feel it slowing down.
Cool. I'm gonna, because usually outside passenger car, depending on the train style, I'm not using this as a character, but you'd go around and see if he remembered last seeing a ladder that would lead to the top of the cart.
Yeah, and actually on his way into this first passenger car, he would have seen like a little access ladder just next to the entranceway.
Yeah, he's going to go on top. Because of his weight, he doesn't need to worry about falling off.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and what I will say is that climbing the ladder, I could see you like denting the ladder slightly because of the amount of weight you're putting on this
Yes.
thing.
Yes. And Lance is going to position himself, essentially just stand up there, close his eyes, breathe in, and just look out across to where the guard are chasing us.
Yep.
And just, he knows from his world, there's hive-based creatures and giant ants, and they all work similar. They can sense intent. So he's going to assume they can too.
And the intent
is, my spirit stat is 3, I believe.
Awesome. Please carry on.
Lance just gives them the guard this intent. Like if they were to continue chasing, it's impending doom for them.
And as he is standing there, again, with that 3 plus as the spirit, two things of note. One, the train was moving, as I mentioned, down a hill. And as such, over the top of the hill where they came from, presumably they were being chased from, you don't see anything there yet. However, with that trips to spirit, you can feel the Scarred coming from that direction. They're like a beacon, because obviously spirit is a stat of emotions, and the Scarred have one emotion. But they have a lot of it. And so you can feel them in that direction. Not yet visible, but coming and impending. And also, as Lance has kind of inferred, they can sense an intent. And he's trying to project this one out in the direction that's the train came from, that the Scarred are presumably chasing from. There would be something else he would feel. His internal sense is kind of forcibly aimed down into the train car. And he feels the suffering and the pain of the people inside of it. And it is not a tremendous leap for him to be able to see that, much like a wounded fish in the ocean, the blood in the water of injured people on the train is pulling the Scarred.
Is that the case? So we're going downhill. Is there anything I could drop in the way, like behind us?
If you were trying to
like
block...
trees, rocks.
Yeah.
Just that would fall on top of the rail.
What's
essentially make what? Shit.
That's baseline. Yeah. I'd say there would be nothing anywhere near convenient enough. If you had like a team of people and like a couple hours, yeah, we'd be talking. But even then, that could be something that could block a train, but definitely not like people on foot. They could just go over or around it.
You know what? Fine. Let's just thought of a different idea. He doesn't need luck for this. He just needs his battle intuition, essentially. He sensed them coming up and over here. Lance is hauling 10 lightning bolts with him.
Yep.
So he's gonna draw his sword and stick it inside. Just take one lightning bolt and use arcane to fuse the lightning to the sword. So when he swings it, he sends out a lightning slash.
Now, my question is going to be the paired action for this manifestation. It's quite a cool one, and I like it, but talk me through the paired action that he will do to enact the infusing of a lightning bolt into his sword.
So to him, from his homeworld, I don't know if this matters much. The way arcane feels, it comes from oneself.
Mm-hmm.
So to him, it's using this energy he's always had and emitting it outward, and think of it as a tether or like one of those telephone poles. He is essentially just connecting the wire from one pole to another.
I think that's a good analogy, but what physically is he going to be doing to enact the magic in terms of like with bolt, sword? How is he combining them? What is he physically doing?
Physically pushing the lightning into the blade of the flat side of the blade of the sword.
Yeah, so like taking it and like bringing it along almost like a sharpening stone or something like that is kind of how I'm envisioning it.
More like if you point the blade out and he's just like laying the lightning long ways with it.
Yeah. Is there any like verbal component to this? You mentioned the prayer he did earlier. Is there something similar, or is it a different process for his magic?
To him, it's like magic follows intent. So if he's intending it, the arcane would surge and act like it's welding it to the blade.
Now, as he is doing this, I would presume this. Fortunately, he has a moment, so he's going to be taking his time to do this. Is this correct, or is he trying to do it fast?
Yes. While he has the time, he'll be generous for the time. So he will just take his time to do it properly, because last time he did it, he sort of broke the sword and his entire arm.
That sounds so appropriate. But with some time to do it, as he is infusing lightning into his sword, we are going to jump back over to Clara and then back to the Hive. Clara being a little ahead of the Hive makes more sense to check in with her first. Now, Mob of
Yeah.
Scarred, as you are rushing towards the wall, you are going to be reaching the Scarred well before you're in grapple gun range. What are you going to do about this? Not that they necessarily are looking at you, right? You're one random
Right.
person. But
Now,
still.
here's a question for you.
Yeah.
Is this like a battleground area right here? Like, is there all sorts of debris, all sorts of that stuff?
Yes, there is. It is very much battleground. There's a lot of debris, and a lot of the debris has come from things not only like cannons being fired from the walls and like blasting up craters, but also it's like a mountainous area. So there's a lot of like scrub brush. There are boulders. There are like slurries of gravel, that sort of thing.
Okay. And how much distance would I have to cover between like the Scarred and the wall? Because that's also going to dictate some stuff.
A little beyond grapple gun range. I don't know what you have as the exact range for your grapple gun, but just conceive of it as being maybe like 30% beyond that.
Oh, okay. I think I've got one way because with the debris, I think what I'm actually going to do, I'm going to use Debrief. So basically, as she's running and she takes a look at like the battlefield before her, she notices something. Like there is probably a broken down walker, and one of its arms is like jutting up in such a way that she will just run up and do like that thing from Tomba where you're on the pole and you do like the little swinging stuff.
What a reference, Tim.
I know. She also has a perk on there where she can pitch a second feature to help her out, and along the way to give her just that little extra oomph to get into a grapple gun position, there is another destroyed walker. A smaller walker, but if there's enough height on it that she can just jump up, grab it, and just go. Ugh!
Yep, and then swing from that to get out a little bit further. Excellent.
Yep.
That's a great derive, actually, and frankly, it makes a lot of sense that there would be such things littered all about. To that end, as she is rushing towards one of these downed walkers and starting to whip her way up. Something that she would also note is that the sound of the Scarred screaming is getting more and more omnipresent around here. It's to the point where not only is it hard to hear, it's kind of hard to think. But fortunately, Clara doesn't need to think. She just needs to run. As she runs up to the top...
And plus she also has 3 will.
That's actually really huge and will probably become relevant quite soon. As she runs up to the top, does that great big spin, whips out to another, and uses that as another additional boost. As she is whipping out off of this second one, is she going to finish the entire thing with a grapple gun, or does she have another plan to get
Yes.
away?
She will finish with the grapple gun to yeet herself up onto the wall.
As she does so, she finds that there are projectiles that are whipping up after her. They are not like well aimed, they're mostly behind her, but clearly she has drawn some attention. She doesn't know exactly what projectiles they are, but she would hear the kind of like popping sounds of like, it sounds almost like a high power air rifle, if that makes sense, from below, as well as the occasional like distortion of the air around you as things are flying up and past. But that doesn't matter because you're far enough ahead of it that none of them land on you, at least for now. And she would grapple up on to one of the high cupolas that overlook the main gate. There are 2 of these. Both of them are rotating, and each of them have like a single cannon sticking out of them as just like an armored dome with a gun poking out. To this end, as she lands atop this cupola, it does not have a way to get inside from the outside. There are Scarred not all around her, but like imminently below her. Multiple boarding efforts, both from a walker off to the side, as well as a couple of great ladder-bodied ones. What does she want to do from here? Looking past the cupola would get her into like the first what you would call it? You would call it a mott, I guess, of like the first kind of like inner containment area of the checkpoint with another layer of wall just beyond it.
Yeah, if there is like one of those ladder things nearby, take her Tonfa and just hit it like that to just either knock it off or at least get them off balance, that they're going to have to spend a few seconds to reorient themselves, and then get herself into the mott.
Yeah, absolutely. It's awful, kind of like accordioning rib cage would kind of like sink down the back of the wall as it has to kind of recollect its body to relaunch itself back up high. But as you drop back down into like the innermost area, you would be greeted by pandemonium. For one, there is a lot of like close quarters combat happening here where scarred foot soldiers have breached through the walls in multiple points or are being deposited in by some of their boarding mechanisms and are rushing at combine soldiers who are using mostly like bayoneted rifles and small arms and things like that to try to fight them off and keep them out from going deeper into the area. They're doing this strategically. They have sandbags set up. They're holding key areas. But they're not able to recover ground. And you would immediately see a number of things. For example, you would see where the main track in deviates to go off towards the refueling station. You would also, as another note, see where the gate operation station is. It's clearly labeled, but it doesn't have, a big press me button outside on front. You would have to go deeper in to actually figure out how to operate it. Actions you would like to take upon entering this first layer of the defenses.
I think she is going to. How clear of a path is it towards like the gate mechanism station?
Not clear, but it's Clara, so she has a chance. There's like minor fights and skirmishes between you and it, including like a good amount of like firing line where combine soldiers are just trying to hold Scarred off as they're flooding.
Right. Obviously, we're going to avoid the firing lines. Because she is fast, but she's not dumb. But as she makes her way to
over that.
Yeah. I mean, if there's like any obstacles that she can just like shimmy herself up and over, she'll go that way. Sure, it might take a little more time, but it's going to be a bit safer for her.
Yeah.
Just pull Lightning McQueen and say, I am speed.
Yeah, that is Clara for sure. And so because of that, she could like get up high and like cling to either sections of destroyed wall, or even better, they actually have quite a lot in like an overhanging area. They have quite a lot of like cables and wires that are hanging down that she could climb up and kind of like arm over arm to get over some of the most gun heavy areas.
I mean, she would probably also feel the wire at first, see how sturdy it is, because if it's sturdy enough, she'll just huff herself up and just wire run. But if it doesn't feel sturdy, then yeah, she'll do the hanging thing.
Yeah, it's not super sturdy, so probably the arm over arm is going to be better for her.
Yeah.
However, as she kind of swings over the top, hearing the sounds of combat below, she would actually see a section of wall a little ways past the gatehouse area, like actively assaulted. The jaws of one of the like living siege towers closes in and tears off a section of the wall, with Scarred then flooding in after. This would give Clara not only a sight of this happening, but also the way that the Scarred just throw themselves through an opening. They drop like 2 stories, slam into the ground, and immediately pull themselves back to their feet. In spite of the fact that some have broken limbs, or in one case even a broken neck, doesn't matter. Just keeps running, just keeps trying to attack and kill. But as she is witnessing this and hearing the chatter of the combine soldiers trying to direct their fire, she would finally be at a point where she can drop down out of the major lines of fire and have only a handful of Scarred between her and the control station.
Yeah. In that case, she's going to start running. She has her Tophas at the ready. Basically, anyone that gets in her way, she's going to whack him. If she gets a chance, she will do the uppercut thing.
Yep. And as she is moving in, the Scarred finally find notice of her. The Scarred, I mean, Clara's not like necessarily a skittish person. I don't think I've ever seen her scared of anything. But the Scarred are hideous looking. They're warped, they're distorted, they have metal sticking in places that there shouldn't be. They're half machine practically. And they roar and bellow and raise awful hooks and butcherish like blades and great like even in one case, one has a chainsaw augment on its arm, and they just fling themselves at her. Now, when it's one at a time, bobbing and weaving is effortless. She has the stats for it. But as she gets closer to the gatehouse, and she can take cracks at them whenever she wants, but as she gets closer to the gatehouse, there's like 4s and 5s of them, such that just doing like a, oh yeah, I can easily bob and weave is not quite the entirety of the is not just going to like trivialize their actions. And so because of that, with a group of like 5 lunging at her at varying height levels and directions, how would she want to contend with that?
She's got smoke bombs, so she's just, which are kind of like those flares that you see at like football matches.
Yeah.
So basically she sets one off and just throws it down immediately in front of her. And she's like, have fun with this trick.
And with that, would you be like going high out of the smoke, low out of the smoke? What?
Probably high out of the smoke, because her aim is like there has to be like a window, maybe some broken ceiling, something of that nature that she could get herself into the station control point.
You know, I just realized something. While Clara still has baseline luck, right?
Unfortunately.
That said, a broken window or roof sounds like a Debrief to me.
And it is low cooldown.
It is low cooldown, exactly.
And you know what? We are in a siege situation, so there's bound to be broken stuff all over. So probably as she is going high, there's probably like, I mean, this is obviously a checkpoint, so they've got to have like flagpoles saying that this was our country.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And in the course of this siege, this flagpole has probably gone conveniently set up in such a way that she can once again do the little
Yep, the little spin, and then through a neat hole in the roof. And as she lands down and into the gate control center, there's 2 things she is greeted by here. One is she is greeted by a very angry-looking Scarred that is currently trying to thump its way against the barred door to get out. And second of all, a ton of blood. There's like 4 people who were in here, but they were locked in with a Scarred and have been butchered.
Is his back to Clara?
Yes, as she drops in, the Scarred does not immediately notice her.
Okay, we don't want to use our coach gun in the ammo just yet, so she's gonna sneakily run up behind and just go whack, 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 whack with her tonfas.
And with 5 pluses to vigor, you can strike at just enormous speed. And even though these things are insanely tough, Clara would be able to like Wing Chun this thing down, effectively. Just like a constant barrage of pummeling until it's finally just not moving. Though her
2 strength probably, or 2 might probably is also helping there.
Oh yeah, that's true. Actually, with 2 might, you wouldn't need to take anywhere near as long. But in so doing, like her tonfas would be covered in like blood and oil. Just from like the gory process of like smashing this thing into submission.
Oh yeah, I'm not saying no to that.
Yeah. And as she dispatches this one, we're going to jump back over to the Hive and then to Lance. Hive, as Clara blitzes past you, zooming up ahead, you would see her like run up the side of a fallen walker, swing off of it, and then eventually get up and over the wall. But how would the Hive want to approach this situation as well, especially as Clara has drawn a little bit of aggro from some of the Scarred that are not yet able to reach the walls and are just kind of like crushing in as best they can?
A quick assessment. I see that some of them are getting inside past the checkpoint, right?
Oh, yes. Not a lot, and it's mostly foot soldiers.
Okay. If the assumption is that our goal here is to open like a pull A lever and find some survivors ideally, is it even worth it to do a distraction at this point, or would the Hive be more useful if it just blitzed in and tried to achieve the same goal?
Is this like what's the Hive's intelligence here?
I think it's baseline, but it's a very like natural thinking to the Hive, right? Like trying to coordinate this, like what would make sense more in the situation. Yeah. The thing that I'm wondering is, I know that some of them are getting in, so some of them are presumably going to be on the other side. Can I even do a distraction like good enough to actually draw a substantial number away?
I mean, a substantial number, sure, but probably not the ones inside. Like, Lord knows how they'd even get out. But the other thing of note is that from what the Hive has seen, these things are very like laser focused on very specific things. And so your distraction, even if it did manage to grab some of them, it seems unlikely it would drag all of them.
Well, we can try, and at least we will have intel for future attempts.
Totally. What do you
I
want to do?
get one of my smoke bombs, which is skinned as a can of spray paint. I hold it with my left hand. With my right hand, I get my gun and sort of start shooting through the can. Now, that would probably explode in my face normally. Which is why in the left hand I also have a folding fan, hopefully blocking the magical effect and like directing the explosions towards them. I'm emptying my entire clip of the pistol, 6 bullets into the can of spray paint, and just making it like a line of musket fire, pretty much like directed at the creatures trying to get in.
Yeah, so there'd be the great puffs of smoke bomb smoke that would
Yes.
blast out. Now, how
And the Hive
close are
wants
you
to
going
do
to be
this very
getting to
quickly.
do so? Are you like getting close to the walls, or just like the outer edges of where their forces are bunching?
Yeah, you said that there's like a floodplain area, right?
That is beyond the checkpoint on the other side of the border.
Okay. In that case, I think the Hive would be pretty close to them. Like, I quick estimate, the Hive wants at least like 7 seconds before it needs to flee from being killed.
Yep.
So I would imagine, I don't know, like 15 meters or something.
Yeah,
like
getting quite close to them for sure.
Yeah.
And since most of their backs are turned to the Hive, not only do they does the Hive not immediately draw aggro, but even as the Hive is getting closer, some of the Scarred that are kind of like loitering around the edges, they mostly seem to be like badly injured ones that are having trouble moving along. Some of them would actually like seemingly notice the Hive but not attack.
Were we informed of them ever, like, reshaping other non-human creatures?
It is known that they are able to reshape like close non-humans pretty effortlessly, but animals they have trouble with. Typically, when the Scarred turn animals, it's a very messy affair, and rather than perfectly turning them, they just kind of make a shuffling pile of goo, right?
Well, that's what I am in the first place.
Yeah. Animals are not a high priority for them.
Yes. Okay. Anyways, after I do that, get both of my folding fans, because the Hive has 2 folding fans now, and sort of like dip them in the leftover paint. The Hive would do like a silly little dance, like swirling around, painting with the folding fans.
What
sort of
colors?
What is the uniform of the masked people?
The
What color would
en-henmindari?
that be?
The en-henmindari mostly wear beiges, but also they have like a couple of tones of very dark black.
Well, in that case, I'm picking red and gonna focus on making it a bit darker as I'm making outlines of the figures. I want to try to make like a sort of like a line formation of the people that presumably fired at the crowd.
Yep.
This would be a phantasm, by the way, not a veneer. It's just sort of like setting them up in place. But after that is done, and the Hive isn't necessarily taking a great care at making these like very realistic, the Hive gets the folding fans and starts slashing the figurines, making visible wounds. We know that they are drawn to pain, so I'm trying to see if that works. So my line infantry, I'm sort of like slashing into them, making visible wounds to the phantasm, and seeing if that does anything.
And about how many like individuals are you attempting to phantasm and conjure? Is this like a dozen? Is this more than that? Is it less than that?
I would think something around 10 to 15, yeah.
Yeah. And immediately, the second humanoid figures appear, the puffs of smoke, the Scarred don't react to them very aggressively. They seem mostly focused on attacking the checkpoint. But as soon as humanoid figures appear, especially some of the stragglers kind of turn towards them and start to like gurgle and bellow. But then when you slash them, you see that many of the healthy Scarred that are piling in towards the back start to turn. And you can see that many of them start to bellow and flex their weaponry. And a couple of Scarred motorbikes, for want of a better term, like awful things that are made of a person's body with wheels kind of stapled onto the arms and legs, start to turn and grind towards with great barrel, like bladed drum barrels at the front, like a steamroller, as you've detached nowhere near like a substantial amount, but like a small proportion of the back line of the scrum are being redirected towards your phantasm.
And okay, I have 5 pluses to sensory. Though this may be more of a spirit thing, which I have no pluses to spirit, of course. Uh, my guess would be though that all of them know about what I'm doing here, but only a few care because they are only like diverting enough forces to deal with what I'm doing. Would that be a correct guess?
Could be that. Again, following the ant analogy, they probably don't like share that information super efficiently, but like over time, they'll be redirected like water.
I see. In that case, you know what? I am going to bring both my falling fans together and do a gust of wind, throwing all of my created phantasmal soldiers conveniently in the path of the bikes. And as they get grinded, I want to do a veneer of blood splashing everywhere. The Hive has a perk where after they, let the veneer explode, which, I mean, I let the veneer explode here almost immediately, it can alter other senses as well. So it would really try to make a very believable sort of like iron-like smell of real spilled blood, covering the bike itself and the ground.
Yeah,
And
that's
just
actually really
in general
sick.
everything.
What's going to be the veneer onto to like the paired action for the veneer? Actually, I mean, you did do the gust of wind. Is that kind of what you were going for to get the veneer onto them?
Yeah, I was going to sort of like bring all of the people together, like with the falling fan like this, and then just sort of like throw the veneer, right?
Yeah.
Puppeting
Okay.
it towards.
Yeah, I understand. That makes sense.
As far as the bird action for the veneer goes, I think that's just like letting my phantasm be grinded by the bike.
yeah. And as the great grinding bikes smash into them, the blood splatter shoots up. The veneer embodies it to actually smell like it, and you can see that the scarred, as they kind of rip through and are bellowing and roaring, you see that especially after the bikes kind of peel away, covered in your veneered blood. There are still other scarred that come over to where the bodies were and start trying to like rip at the ground as though they were looking for the bodies.
5 pluses to sensory check. Is there a thing which I could stab which would immediately like destroy one of the foot soldiers, by like of a better term?
And looking across them, you don't see, there's certainly no big stab me here button. And they, even though they do have like necks and heads and presumably brains, you've seen like injured scarred that have been just gruesomely disfigured and are still going. The one exception, I would say, is you have never seen a scarred that was unable to scream.
That is quite interesting. But my stiletto isn't exactly great at like cutting off necks of creatures this large, I would imagine.
Well, most of the foot soldiers are human size. And so...
Oh, so they do not have like overgrown fleshy necks?
No, they typically don't. Their necks, like some of them do, but most of them have pretty normal human-sized ones with maybe a little bit of extra flap.
Okay, 5 pluses to reflex. I'm just going to be standing vaguely in the way of all of the non-people that I have just created. And once one of them passes by me, I will, first of all, wait really patiently to see if they react to me at all, and at what point do they do that. And the moment I see them like even reach forward, or I hear like a subtle change in their voice, in their call, I will sort of like twist around, duck down so I'm not caught, and then sort of like leap behind them while making a cut with the stiletto across their neck. See if that works.
Now, to answer the first question, the Hive would at one point need to probably make quite an undignified retreat to get out of the way of one of the squisher bikes, given that like a steamroller is very good against rats.
Yes.
But besides that, it seems to have just been incidental, though, because as the Scarred are kind of rushing past, maybe because they're too focused on the siege, maybe because you're small and low profile, maybe just because you're a group of animals, none of them seem to pay you any heed.
Okay, in that case, I'm just going to casually like walk towards one, slip their throat, like stab it across the throat, and then just duck down and quickly brush behind them in case they have some sort of like a immediate reaction, which I suppose they may have.
The Scarred goes from kind of grunting and gasping and screaming to like choking, and it would eventually kind of like tumble to the ground and squirm around for a bit, but eventually it does stop moving, and the other Scarred around it completely ignore it.
Completely ignore me or completely ignore the one that just fell to the ground?
Both. Again, you have not been noticed. I will say also 5 pluses to reflex, and the duster, which I'm still running V1, certainly don't hurt.
I was expecting the Astria to be great here. Well, in that case, I get a new clip for my handgun. The Hive does have the actual bandolier, right, for that?
That's so useful.
It is. Otherwise, I would be out of ammo here. And I just try to make a point-blank shot at their neck, see if that works in mostly taking care of them, and see if that draws their attention, like if that makes them hostile towards me.
Just towards
because that would make
soldier?
much more noise. Yeah.
Yeah. The foot soldier is clearly wounded. And the Hive has what skill? 2, I think?
2 pluses to skill. I wouldn't be shooting that one. I would be shooting a different one to see how much of a how much it really hurts them.
But it's enough skill to make a clean shot, and it would choke and splutter. It wouldn't like collapse and die quite as quickly, probably because it's not as neat of a destruction of the throat as the first one, but it certainly is badly wounded and isn't going anywhere. The sound of the gunshot, however, does cause aggro to be drawn. Not a lot though. Maybe like 5 or 6 Scarred nearby would like turn, and one closer to you would like kind of like loom over you, brandishing its like awful meat hook. However, it seems, just looking at its eyes, their eyes are kind of dull and glassy, as you might imagine, but it seems to be having kind of a hard time like drawing a bead on you. Like imagine a drunk person trying to like figure out how many fingers you're holding up.
The Hive is going to go into a very slumbering stance, sort of like having trouble keeping on its feet. A lot of the rats are going to be pulled towards its shoulders, like enlarging its shoulders, making it very top heavy, and it's just going to try to like slumber out of the way. See if they stop caring about the Hive at all. Once it tries to do a more sort of like skirt like motion.
Yeah. And as you kind of hunch up, you can see that the Scarred, well, whatever rats are on sentry duty. I'll get to Lance in a moment. Apologies, Fawn. The rats that are on sentry duty would see that...
fine. I'm entertained.
Awesome. Would see that the rats on sentry duty would see that as soon as you start making kind of like scared motions and fleeing, the Scarred lock onto you a bit better. And now 3 of them are...
Oh, sorry. I was like scared, like one of them, like imitating one of them, sort of like shuffling and like...
Oh, pardon me. Yeah. There you go. Yeah. Yeah, Scarred and Scared do have very similar...
Yes.
Yeah. So it's not like a hunched up, scared, like moving. It's like a copying
it's like very top heavy, disfigured
yeah.
monster.
I get you. Okay.
Not quite.
And
human.
as soon as you kind of assemble that shape and you're kind of moving as though you belong, lose aggro immediately.
I mean, easy mode. Maybe not for drawing attention, actually, no. Is the commotion that I'm causing drawing enough attention now, or is it still like a minority of them?
I'm not going to say it's a drop in the bucket, but it's like a handful in the bucket.
Okay. How far away is the train still? A rough estimate?
Train has closed by like 50%. And so it's close enough that some of the Scarred that you have been kind of pulling away, again, not a big group, are kind of like looking to it. They seem to take some time to figure out what they are trying to prioritize. And so some of the ones that you've kind of distracted from the main siege are now neutral and are trying to figure out what they're going to kill next. And as the train's coming in, some of them are kind of like locking towards it.
Is one of the large walkers next to me?
No, the walkers are mostly much closer to the actual walls, given that they don't have to get bunched up. They can just step over, and in many cases on Scarred that are in the way.
So they aren't close enough that I could just like leap towards them with my
you'd have to get much closer.
And I imagine at that point it's like a whole crowd of them, right?
Oh, yes, you'd have to navigate through a lot of Scarred to get there. Though admittedly, judging by the Hive's experiments, this was feasible.
I want to experiment a bit more. 5 pluses to reflex, 2 pluses to skill. Do I think I could sort of like just take steps on their heads, like crawl over them?
Could you, with those stats? Absolutely. Do you want to try?
Yeah.
Yeah, just climbing
Maybe
up
I
like
w-
a nearby foot soldier and like getting onto it.
Absolutely. Maybe I will. I have the Balestrino, so I think that's fun. I will shoot one of the nearby creatures into their neck with the Balestrino, just enough that they sort of like start choking on the blood and all of that, right, causing a bit of chaos, uh, drawing attention away from me. And then I simply jump at one of the foot soldiers and start like trying to climb above the crowd.
Yep. And you notice that when you kind of like land on it, right, it does
Hmm.
react to you and does try to like kind
Hmm.
of claw you off.
Hmm.
But it's kind of a clumsy thing. Their weapons are definitely meant for like hacking and doing a lot
Hmm.
of damage. They're not really meant for precision self-maintenance,
Hmm.
so to speak, especially because many
Yeah.
of them have their hands replaced with weapons. And so though the rats will have to navigate like a meat cleaver or two, they can get up onto the top of the scar and start to like leap between them pretty effortlessly.
Nice.
You
And of
just
course,
wouldn't
I
be
will
able to
keep.
stay in place because then one of them might chop at
Yeah,
you.
I'm absolutely not planning to, and I'm keeping my gun loaded in case I need to do a very quick self-defense. But in that case, I will be scaling on top, like just climbing on top of their heads, going towards a walker. And once I am close enough, just leap onto them.
Yep.
Use my stiletto as an ice pick and start scurrying up.
Absolutely. And now let's jump back over to Lance, as both the Hive and Clara have made their progress. You are currently muted, Fawn. Yeah, totally, Tomáš. That's perfect.
Yep, I know.
And jumping back over to Lance, up on top of the first car, what would Lance like to do from here? Again, he feels the chasing force, though they're not in sight yet, and he's not sure how close they are. And the train at
And
this
he,
point is slowed down a good bit so that it's not like imminent. You're going to be crashing into the Scarred.
oh, no, it's fine. As he finished his little infusement,
Yeah.
oh, Lance is gonna put his hand together as like a prayer, but holding his sword in between his hand, having the blade pointed upward.
Yep.
And he's going to channel his arcane and spirit probably as well, and pray to the gods of this world.
Yeah. What's that going to sound
And
like?
to him,
Yeah.
because every time he comes in a new world, he says it this way: if there are gods in this world, please hear my call. For there are innocent mortal lives that are in need of divine protection. So please give me a sign on what to do. And he'd end it with amen.
And that's actually really interesting. And that is kind of both a spirit and an arcane thing in many ways. Now, as he is doing so, what, even if he doesn't fully know for sure, what sort of thing is he going for? Like what kind of sign, what guidance is he hoping to acquire?
He doesn't care if it's obvious. He just wants something that would seem like an obvious sign, like if he did this, these people will get out alive. Something that will give him a tell.
And that's a really interesting thing to say. What I would say, at least for now, is that if there is such a sign, it is not immediately obvious. I don't know if in the past he's experienced this as being like, oh, this happens right away. But
No,
what would he
they
like to do
sometimes came right at the end of the mission.
Yeah. What would he like to do from here then?
He's going to wait until he sees, because his little he's then gonna what he's gonna try to do is so this hill that we're going down, right?
Yeah.
From Lance's past, he can tell if terrain are stable or not. Like if he were to throw a lightning strike at it, would a lack of a hill be there?
Yeah, looking at it, this does seem like packed earth. It seems relatively stable. Otherwise, as he's like, even even though he doesn't understand trains particularly well, the fact that it's stable enough to support a railway is definitely indicative. As he is looking, is there anything else that he is going to be checking for, or are his eyes looking to the top of the hill, waiting for the Scard to come inbound?
Yes. He will actually do this. He'll deploy one of his banners. In his right hand, hold his sword. And his banners are in the X on his back. He'll grab the one that's over his left shoulder and go down, because he can just rush to the end of the train to throw this lightning. He's going to go into the cart and plant it in the middle of the sick bay.
Yep.
Like where all these people are. And as we discussed earlier, before the game, he is going to request a healer. You said one. And he wants to see if he were to start hearing these people with a cleric from his world. Could these people getting cured slow down the urge the Scard had to come for them?
Absolutely. So my first question is, are we talking like a very proficient cleric who is quite gifted in healing magic, or are we talking like novices or something?
We're talking about one really good one.
Yep. One actually, honest to goodness, I am a healing mage healer. I will give you that off a banner in this circumstance. As I pardon me if I'm kind of interpreting things, but as the cleric would be summoned, you would see that she would give you like a low curtsy and say, "My lord, how may I assist?"
Can you help with these civilians? They seem either injured or sick. And gestured to the pregnant woman he saw, and she seems to be pregnant. We're in a situation where them being in this awful condition is increasing the danger level of their safety.
You see a softness enter her eyes, and she says, "Of course, my lord, this is precisely what I've been trained to do." She says, "This place is awful." She looks around the metal car, and you can already tell just by the look on her face that she's hearing the distant screams of the Scard.
And he'll go to where the guy loaded the cannon.
Yep.
He's like, how many workers are here around this cannon?
Right now, there are no en-henmindari who are attending it. However, you can see that the ladder that leads up to the hatch, presumably to man the cannon, that is currently open, and there is noise from up inside of it.
I'm going to go up in there.
Incredibly tight fit, but you can get your head in there for sure.
Yeah, I'm going to get my head in there and be like, do you have some sort of radio or like way to communicate to get other people down here? I do not wish to ask civilians as volunteers for what I'm about to do.
You can see that the en-henmindari who is in the turret looks towards you. And after a moment, you hear her respond in a very low, even tone. She says, "We do not, unfortunately. We only have one radio aboard the train, and that has given us contact to the outposts and to the beyond." She says, "What are you intending? I can see what we can do to assist."
I am going to... And he's like, how do I... He goes to explain, but stops. How do I explain magic to these people?
Yeah. It's a
So,
would he say that aloud?
No, what he's going to say is, I can... Because he's heard this term once before, so to him it's appropriate. I can call upon a care package of cannon shells.
And she says, "You can. I see.
Yes.
She says, so a miracle.
I just need people to voluntarily accept them.
And she says, of course. And after another moment would say, we have seen many miracle workers on this trip. Folk like yourself who appear and do the impossible. I do not question these things.
All right. Well, that makes it easy for me. So I just need, how many shells do you think it's going to take for you to get this train out of here? Like, to safety.
She shakes her head. Again, it's a very tight area. It's pretty much just like where a gunner can sit and the turret can like rotate around. She has like a sight out front, but other than that, it's completely contained. She says, I cannot say for certain. I believe that if the gates are opened, she shakes her head softly and says, at least 6 would help. She says, but if I need to get through the gates, many more.
All right. He's like, he looks at, you know what? He looks around. Is there any like kids who are impatiently like, who seem to be like not just doing what they're told because authority wants them to be here and safe? Like any young men?
Yeah, you can see
who
that
seem to be impatient.
Yes. As you might imagine, with a bunch of survivors who've been cramped up in a smelly train for weeks on end, there are more than a few people who are extremely antsy. And though I will say, in this particular car, most of them are very hurt. This seems to be like the sick bay car, but there's 2 others. So would Lance want to check either of those?
Yes, he will.
Yeah, and sure enough, not in the second car, but the third car, the back of which is completely blown, like destroyed. The back of this car is ripped open to the elements. And in this backmost car, he actually would find a contingent of about a dozen survivors, all of them young, who are like looking out back and are talking to each other and are clearly agitated. And just by their posture and by their behavior,
I whistle.
That triple spirit is so huge because you can tell they want to do something. And as soon as you whistle, eyes turn towards you. And one of them says, it's you. And another one says, no. That one had different armor. This one looks different.
Ah, you're talking about another compatriot. Let's see if I can feel his...
They look at you like in awe, by the way. They immediately can tell that you're doing something special.
I need you all to say, I accept, really quick. And we need to go somewhere where there's a lot of flat area.
They look to each other, looking confused. And one of them says, what do you mean, sir?
We're going to get more cannon shells to just magically appear. You all need to accept one.
Of course. And you see many of them like jump to their feet. Yes, of course.
All right. And I would have actually one of them go look for some of the riflemen and get them here.
And as they are doing so, given what I know you're prepping, I'm looking forward to hearing the speech that he has in mind, but also given that like modern cannon shells are definitely like a big step up, this would be a bit of energy work. So think about how you can add to the paired action.
So I will say this.
Yeah.
Lance is not viewing it as a simple item to himself.
Yeah.
It's a simple item to the world. That's how he's viewing it. It's a simple item to the world.
Now, that's definitely true. But I still think about how you can add to the paired action to increase the grandeur of the scene.
Oh, yes. No, Lance has I know it's not on my sheet, but he has this little dust. He carries like a packet of dust or something grand like this.
Yep. Under V2 rules, I would call that an accessory. So
Yeah.
do you need a moment to think through the paired action for this, or do you have it in
Nope,
mind?
I'm all improv. All improv. We're going all
In that
improv.
case, as the riflemen have been gathered, you have a group of like 15 people around you. What would Lance say?
I will tell them, all make way, for the gods are about to bless us with ammunition for this train. As when he does this, he throws his hands up, having the dust essentially sparkle out as using just arcane to make it sparkle. Essentially, because these are younger people, he's just trying to lift morale with this dust, essentially. It's a morale booster.
Absolutely. No, that's an awesome start. And as you see eyes widen and people's mouths open softly, what would he say after?
And fuck.
Now,
So-
it's a great start. You have a great starting point. See what you can do to like push, like lift their spirits further and inspire them.
And if you all accept this gift, the gods will ensure everyone gets home alive.
And as he is saying this, again, to add the glimmering dust, that's awesome. Can you give me something else physical that he can be doing as he is speaking?
Yes.
It doesn't have to be massive, just
As
something fitting.
so he throws it up with both hands, like a little
Yep.
bit of dust in both hands, like, and then he makes one hand into a fist and punches into his palm.
Yep.
Because he's wearing the weights, it's gonna hurt. It's gonna hurt his hand a bit.
His resilience is pretty freaking high, if I recall correctly. 3?
Yes.
Yep. Excellent. And as he does so, his hand resounding with a thump, you would hear one of the surrounding people would say, kind of almost whispered, "I accept." And a shell would appear in her arms, and a few more voices, "I accept." And as they speak, you don't manage to get 15 shells, but you do manage to get 10.
All right, let's get this to the cannon.
Your will is really high, if I recall correctly. 4?
Yes, 4.
All right.
And
Yeah.
it's about to be 5 after this mission.
Yeah, I was going to say, you're not even close to yellow essence even after that. That's sick. And as the new ammunition is being hurriedly brought back towards the cannon to get it ready, one of the riflemen would draw Lance briefly aside. This is one of the en-henmindari, and would say quietly and low, "This is a great blessing and will assist us enormously. Does this mean that we should start shooting, or are we waiting?"
Let's go to the back. Let's see where these guard are.
And as you look out the back of that third train car, looking up towards the top of the hill, you wouldn't see the Scarred, but Lance would instead see a glimmer of orange red high in the sky that shines through some of the low clouds like heat lightning. And he would hear a distant noise, not a scream, but an incredibly high-pitched whistle.
I see. And what Lance will do is he's gonna have the guard, like, he might want to hold it because I might fall off the train here. You know what I mean? He's gonna get to where he can position himself off the side of the train, like holding on.
Yep, easily
Because of the
done.
way he's like sort of yeah, and what he's going to do is swing, like grab his sword, the lightning just sparking out in all directions as he slashes downward.
And as he does so, the little
Sending that lightning straight back at where up the hill.
Yep. And as he does so, the lightning launches out, and way high up in the sky, you would hear a sudden explosion so powerful that not only does it like overwhelm the sound of the train and the Scarred for a moment, like a but also it would dissipate the cloud and blow the cloud to little ribbons of water vapor. You can see that the en-henmindari, who is helping you stay steady, looking up towards the sky, mutters something under his breath, and then a little louder so you can hear, says, "Shrieker,
What did he, like, what do you mean, Shrieker?
He would help you back aboard the train and say, "In my experience, the most dangerous of the Scarred. They fly at speed and dive faster than a bullet. And when they strike, they explode. A bomb."
They, that's what you believe?
I've seen them.
I'll take your word for it, but as I've been apparent to openly showing, some tells me the gods are watching. You're all getting home today. He's gonna go back to the front of the car to where, like, the higher end, where just probably station himself underneath the gun at floor level with where the door could be behind him.
Yep.
And he's gonna stand. And when he says diving, he says, "You called them shriekers. They're just another form of dragon. I'll claim its hide."
The en-henmindari, as Lance has started to notice, are a very stoic lot. It doesn't respond to you, but you can feel off of, again, your triple spirit, a kind of calm conviction that emanates off the en-henmindari, a general confidence in Lance's claim.
Yeah. Well, Lance is going to go back because he essentially made the opening move against the Scarred. Now he needs to be the first thing they see when they come over that hill.
Absolutely. And in full view at the rear of the train, yes, so that the ones pursuing would see. Yep. That one rifleman standing by your side for the moment. We're going to jump back over to Clara, though I'm thinking the cuts are going to be a little quicker at this point. Clara, after beating this Scarred into submission, what would you like to do?
Okay, first order of business, before she hits the button to open up the gate, look around and see how many exits there are out of here.
One. Two, actually, given that there's the broken roof section, but the door, which seems to be locked and bolted, is the only other way out.
Yeah, now, could she easily jump up and like grab onto the yeah, and you know what, in that case, with that, she just looks and she's like, "All right, time. Looks like we're going into overtime," she says as she goes over and hits the button to open up the first gate.
Yep. It takes her a little bit to figure out exactly where it is, given that I believe her intelligence is baseline and her sensory is plus.
Yeah.
And so it would be kind of like, I feel like, what does this button do? Nope, maybe not that one.
Yeah, like Dee Dee from Dexter's Lab.
Yeah. But I'm guessing she's not just going to start playing them like a piano. Like, she'd find out which one was labeled properly. And eventually, yes, it requires not only a button press, but also a crank pull, and then also she has to, like, turn a little wheel. But after going through this and going like, okay, then this is there, and then this is getting a little light on, it's prompting me. And then finally, she would hear a deep grinding of metal. And she would see that the radio inside of this room starts going bananas and like is beep, 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 as like trying to like get you to pick up a headset, like as a prompt.
Yeah, she will quickly put it on, but she is not going to be speaking for very long.
And you hear a voice on the other side. "Seapost, what do you think you're doing? You're letting them in."
Don't worry, they're taking care of the Scarred. There's a refugee train coming, and they need all the help they can get.
The man on the other end shouts over you, "Close the damn gate! Damn you! Close it now!"
You are going to help these people out one way or another. And with that, she just sets it down because
rips off the headset.
Either he will get the message through what she said, or he's going to get the message when he sees what's going on. So she's going to shimmy herself up through the roof opening.
Yep, and as she does so, even
lightning from the sky is scary.
Yeah.
In this scenario.
And as she hops up out of the top of the roof, looking out onto that like inner like layer, that first layer of the checkpoint, it's gone from chaos to absurdity. The Scarred rush inside in a wave, and you can see that the Combine soldiers are in the process of being forced back out of this layer and to like retreat back through to their innermost bastion. You can see the second layer of gate. It's very obvious right in front, but they're closing and bolting all the personnel access doors. Additionally, this means that the Scarred are now into the layer that has the refueling station in it. And there are so many of them, and the second they have an entrance, like water, they just pour in immediately.
As she's climbing up, she taps her earpiece and she's like, Lance, the train should be able to get through the first entrance, but you're going to need to get some people to help the engineer with the refueling.
Did she get to me? Hold up. I'm at the one where... Oh, yeah, that's right. He did take...
Exactly. So Lance would hear
do not worry.
Yep.
So he's like, oh, that's right. The running gal gave me an earpiece. What do you want, kid?
What was that?
I called you a kid. I asked, what did you want?
First off, I'm not a kid. And second, you need to make sure that there's someone ready to protect the engineer as they do the refueling.
Uh-huh. Where are the rats?
I don't know where the rats are.
Well, no, the rats have not identified themselves as rats, and they were very careful about not exposing themselves as rats.
That's true. Lance does have triple plus to spirit, so I'm guessing he'll at least have some inkling of it.
Yeah, it's a hive of something, and he doesn't deal with hive entities, so he's like, he's like, well, I'll see what I can do. I don't know if I'm in that location right now.
And Clara, anything else that you would want to say to Lance, or do you have other plans?
Basically, the train should have a clear shot through the first gate now. So just be ready.
Yeah, we got a lot of ammo now.
Good.
Oh, you should look into the sky. It's a show. Like before you turn it off, it's like you should look at the sky. It's a light show.
Too busy. Got stuff to do. Bye.
And
it's a light show.
After Clara hangs up, what would she want to do?
Okay. Well, the engineer said there's probably like a bunker nearby that might hold some civilians, so she's just going to take a quick cursory glance around, just see if there's like anything that's like storage, barracks, that sort of thing.
Yeah, and as she's glancing around, it's hard to tell at this point because of how many Scarred there are. They're just rushing in. Now, admittedly, some of the bigger ones, like their big engines, can't fit. However, they do still have some of the meat grinder motorcycle Scarred that are rushing in as well and crushing other Scarred in the process. Not to mention many of the elongating back ones. They have strange hunched ones with spines coming out of their backs. They have many of their foot soldiers, of course. That's overwhelmingly the majority of what's going on. And they are ransacking everything that they can get their awful meat cleavers on. So all of like the small domiciles that are built into this outer layer of the side of the checkpoint are being ravaged before your eyes.
Yeah, she's like, I mean, she would probably take a look at one of those motorcycle ones. She's like, oh, definitely need to stay away from that big boy.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
And so because of that, even though she sees some buildings that could possibly have been something of that nature, they certainly aren't anymore.
Okay, so in her mind, anything that for that is probably going to be in the inner sanctum.
Yeah.
In that case, she is going to look around and make out any paths that are going to be on elevation that could get her over there.
Fortunately, with a grapple gun and 5 pluses to vigor and hang time and Debrief, she has a lot of options. Not only could she just grapple up to one of the cupolas that are guarding the second layer of gates, as well as they have high walls. She can grapple onto those as well. She can Debrief a flagpole or something and spin her way up there. She could just hang time to jump over the thing. So even though it's way higher than any non-free runner to get over, she has a lot.
Right. I mean, she wants to. I mean, we're saving our essence for right now, so we'll just stick with the grapple gun. It wouldn't be a Clara mission without a grapple gun.
Yep, keeping it easy. and pulling yourself up high. Where do you want to get to? Do you want to get onto like a wall area where there are men shooting? Would you want to get onto like a cupola area where they have
Cupola.
Yeah. And zooming up onto one of those, you feel it kind of rotating under your feet as the cannon like turns around and tries to blast. But of course, these cannons aren't designed to shoot down into their own like motte area. And so as such, it's still mostly focusing on some of the larger engines that are besieging the outside walls. Even though there's a way in, the Skarner are still throwing themselves at all the other exposed area of wall as well. They don't seem to be a path of least resistance sort. From up here, however, you can see that inner sanctum, which has quite a few more buildings and covered areas very clearly. And there's a lot of activity inside of it as well. What would you do?
Yeah. Take a quick glance around from her high point at the inner sanctum, try and make out what all can she see. Like, is there anything that's like directly labeled?
Yeah, absolutely. There's a couple things that she can see inside of the inner this inner sanctum. The first thing that would jump out to her is that they do actually have a few trains in here. Now, they're not like all nicely hooked up together. They're mostly like individual cars and locomotives. But most of them are derailed and laying on their sides and look badly damaged. The other thing that she would notice is that there's a huge covered tent that, while it doesn't have a red cross in it, it has a very clear, obvious symbol that looks like a drop of blood.
Ooh.
Seems rather analogous. Third thing that she would notice is that there are quite a few soldiers who are running about, hurrying from one post to another. And there are also, as you can... Shut up, Tomáš. Teasing me in a chat. And as you do so, as you can see this, there also are quickly trying to run not only to different sections on the walls, but to reinforce the personnel doors that they retreated from the outermost layer to get into here. Because those are obviously smaller, but also, by logic, easier to breach. You can also see the gate operations for the secondary and the tertiary gate on the other side of the inner sanctum.
Okay. Well, we've got time to worry about the secondary and tertiary gates. So she is going to start shimmying her way down to within the inner sanctum and probably start investigating like the train cars.
Yep. As she would like slide down, is she particularly trying to stay out of sight, or does she not care?
Oh yeah. I mean, granted, she has 3 reflex, so she can be stealthy about it, but she also doesn't want to draw too much attention on her side. So basically, if any crates and whatnot to hide behind, do the low running crouch thing.
Yep, easily done. And as such, given all the pandemonium, people, even ones who might catch a glimpse of her, aren't necessarily going to have her as their highest priority.
Right. They're focusing on other stuff. Like there's big baddies coming.
Yep, indeed. And as she makes her way over, she can see that the trains that she's come to, these are mostly like individual cars and the like, with one locomotive. The cars seem pretty damaged, but the damage is not scarred looking damage. Their outsides haven't been mauled. Maybe something to do with their internals. However, the locomotive does look like it was partially scarred damage. It has some dings and wear and tear on the outside. But once again, it's been derailed and is like off of the tracks and seems to be in for maintenance of some kind. Anything else that Clara would be trying to look at or examine about the trains, or is she going elsewhere?
If she can, she does want to try and get like inside the trains, like just quickly look and see if there's like anyone inside, any supplies of note.
Is she going for a car or the locomotive?
Probably start at the rear car and just make her way forward.
Yeah. And some of these are on track, some of these are off track, making it a little more complicated. But looking from car to car, she would see something kind of odd. I don't know. I mean, Clara doesn't strike me as someone who's particularly interested in trains, but she would notice that these trains seem to have a tether that goes from the middle of a given car and connects it to the center of the rail, which has like a slot in the center that allows it to run along almost like an umbilical cord. And it seems like a bunch of those have maybe been cut or are snapped, as well as you can see like other bits are being worked on by like local engineers. But it seems that they're mostly focusing on the locomotive. The cars seem to just be kind of lying forgotten in to some degree or another, whereas the locomotive has like 4 or 5 guys who are desperately working on it and are trying to repair it.
Yeah. Do these look like the combine that are working on it?
Yeah, these are combine engineers for sure.
You know what? She is not going to bother them
Sure.
because they're clearly doing something important. So
Yeah. What did you want to do then?
I would say, in that case, we're going to the tent.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you get closer towards it, you can see that, for one, there are quite a few people in strange outfits there. They're wearing like white, and kind of like the en-henmindari, have their faces mostly disguised. And there are lots of wounded and sick and injured in here. A lot of it which looks like scarred injuries. It seems like, just at a guess, there's like upwards of 50 wounded here. And while Clara can't see other survivors around, maybe they're being held separately, it seems like the people dressed in white are holding kind of like a perimeter.
So she can't make out if there's any survivors from inside from because of the people guarding.
Yeah, it seems like there's definitely some of that, but she does see non-combine people here. So these would be Narvuli survivors.
Okay. All right. And there's really only one way into the tent, right?
Actually, it's pretty open, so there's a couple of ways that she can get in, but all of those areas are being kind of like cordoned by the people in white.
Huh. Do the people in white look armed or?
They do look armed, though lightly armed.
Okay. Just give me a quick second.
While you're taking a quick second, I am going to quickly run to the bathroom. I will be back in less than 2 minutes. Apologies for the delay, folks. I'll be right back. Feel free to chat while I'm gone.
Okay.
This is going to be interesting.
So on one hand,
I think I've got a way to get in because I've got my Spangen helm, so I don't think they're aware of what she has done, so.
on one hand, I'm quite glad that Hive is being pretty much ignored, because I am safe at least. On the other hand, it makes drawing attention way more complicated. That's for sure. So I think the Hive is going to have to.
So
turn
earlier,
into...
you did the distraction of like a wounded, right?
I mean, I distracted a few in the back, but I think I will probably have to change my approach to looking for the survivors because
what if, I don't know, what if you drew real blood? I don't get someone, like probably someone who's already near dead, who's like not going to make it type deal, like draw real blood and
help, but
use
like
that.
if there's an injured person, presumably they are already drawing attention. They don't really need to be around.
Fair. I think we don't need to worry about in case the gun needs ammo. We got that covered.
Well, for now. Anyways. We still have a long way to go.
Oh, yes, I bet.
Okay. Thank you for your patience.
Of course.
Yeah, for my
I think
screen,
I've got a plan.
Screen's black. My screen, on my side, Robbie's screen's black.
Oh, rats. I'm so sorry. Here, I'll reset my camera real quick. It's coming through clean on my side. If it's not on yours, I apologize.
Yeah,
Pardon my internet bug.
Yeah. Pardon me, Clara. Follow-up actions.
Okay, she has on her sportswear and she has on her Spangen helm, so that's definitely got to give her some of the proverbial gravitas one way or another. So she makes herself look good, and she makes her way up to the tent.
As she does so, one of the individuals in white would hold out a hand, completely gloved, and would say, "Please hold. Are you wounded?"
No, but listen to me carefully for just a moment, okay? Because the Scarred are coming, and they are coming in full force, and there's a train that's going to be stopping here very shortly, and they've got some qualified medical personnel. They should be able to help out with some of the wounded, but we need anyone that we can save. We need to get them on that train to safety.
And after a pause, a single train.
One train, yes.
You sincerely think that such a thing could break through such an attack force?
I've heard stories of this particular train. They have done all sorts of work against these baddies.
And after a moment, the figure, though mouth is concealed, looks to be ready to respond when you hear a voice from inside. A train? There's a way out! And then you hear the words starting to like murmur within the train. A train? We're saved! And you can see that the figure in white turns around and then looks back to you and says, Please wait. I must restore order. The voices inside of the tent sound desperate. Absolutely on their wits' end. And the possibility of a train seems to have lit a great, perhaps feverish excitement within many of them. What would Clara like to do now that the entrance is technically unguarded?
Yeah, she's gonna slink her way in, and basically like position herself behind like any cover.
A double amputee kind of waves you over and would draw a small curtain. They're in tiny, tiny little curtain cubicle type things. Would draw a curtain so that you're not seen and whisper, "Is it true? A train is coming."
Yeah, the train is coming, but with the siege going on, it cannot stop for very long. That's the thing.
Of course not. He says, "Thank goodness. We were preparing for the worst."
Yeah, there is trust me, there's salvation coming, but we're gonna have anyone that can walk. We're gonna have to get them on the train, and we're also gonna anyone that's severely wounded needs to get on the train. Anyone that's quick and can move should follow along, so that way it's not overloading the train.
But what about the scream?
They're dealing with it. Don't you worry.
So many of us hear it constantly. I haven't been able to get it out of my mind since we were attacked. He says, people keep saying that if we keep hearing the scream, we'll turn. I don't know if that's true. Do you know if it's true? Are we going to become those things?
You are not going to become those things on my watch. We're going to get you out of here.
And as you do so, you would hear the soft footsteps of the one dressed in white returning towards its like post at the entryway that you just slunk in through. Its back is to you technically, but it means that getting out will be a little bit more tricky. What would Clara like to do from here?
She looks to the amputee man.
Yeah.
Are there? Okay, hang on. I gotta remember what the name of. Are there any Narvulians here? She whispers.
He says, "Yes, I'm Narvuli, and I'd say 3/4 of us are."
Okay, good. All right, because we're gonna have to get you all on that train one way or another.
And as you do so, he nods and says, "But how will the train break through? We're surrounded, I heard."
Oh, trust me, I've got a team. They're working some magic on breaking the siege.
Working some magic. He just kind of wonderingly grunts to himself. But before we go further with this, we're going to jump back over to the Hive.
And I'm gonna work some magic. All right.
Yeah.
Did I scale the Volker yet?
Yes.
You got some boots to fill.
Yeah.
Do,
The Hive has at this point climbed up one of the living siege towers and jumped across onto the outermost wall, which would mean
Oh
that
no! Wait, but I wouldn't want to jump it.
No, not yet. Okay, awesome. Living siege tower, we'll start from there.
Does it have a face at all?
It does. It has a face with gigantic great jaws that it uses to
Give me
rip
a
apart
second.
the wall. Oh, yep. totally. In that case, we'll briefly check in.
No, sorry, that was everything.
It was literally a
Yeah.
setup.
Yeah. So it has a face, right? Does it make like a loud grunting noise or something like
screams.
that? Like the others? And this is the main screaming one, or
I
one
wouldn't
of the
say,
main ones.
I wouldn't say one of the main ones, but given its size, its voice is particularly loud and deep, almost like a train horn more than anything else.
Convenient. If I shoot it in the back of the neck and with my stiletto sort of like work on opening a hole, could I do that like quickly enough?
Now, shooting it, you find that the bullet, while it does like enter its plate reinforced flesh, it barely even bleeds. And when you go in with your stiletto, though the stiletto is incredibly sharp, it's so tough and plated with metal that the stiletto can barely make any headway on it.
But you mentioned that it has like a what do you call those things underneath the neck? The large, or
like a throat flap.
Yeah, does it have like
pouch?
one of those?
It does
Yeah.
have a pouch, but the pouch is rather reinforced as well.
Fuck. Okay, that changes things. Did I see them move with a lot less competence if they are blinded?
You haven't seen one that has been blinded, and if it has, there's only so much complexity to go forward, you know?
Fair. Oh. See. Well, in that case, I will just try to shoot at its eye, see if that changes the sound it makes at all.
And as you find an eye and shoot at it, the Hive finds, much to their chagrin, that this thing has many eyes that are kind of all over its head. Given that it's, of course, a creature of many bodies that have been amalgamated together, it just kind of has eyes all over the place.
That could be a good thing, and that could be a bad thing. I'm not sure which one yet. First of all, do I see or hear the flying creature yet?
No, you would not. You would not even hear the... Oh, I tell a lie. You would hear the explosion, even over the sound of all the screaming and the battle. You would hear the distant explosion high up in the sky back from the direction of the train.
Okay. But that seems like too far away from me to like really do anything about that, right? I
Yeah.
would assume.
At least as of now.
In that case, the Hive is going to stab their stiletto into the eye of this creature, one of the many eyes. Just gonna choose one, I guess. And with a few slashes, carve out an eye of my own, like a simplified symbol, into the eye itself. And with a final stab with the stiletto, I want to activate Viewpoint.
Yep, you have a perk for this, right?
Where when I make a violent mark on the target beforehand, I get to cast abilities, manifestations, and others through them, essentially.
Yep. And after activating Viewpoint, would you try to see through its eyes?
Yes.
It's extremely disorienting, as you might imagine. Even though the Hive is obviously a combination of many rats, each rat only has the two eyes. And so the experience of having many eyes at a lumbering frame, looking generally forward, and each eye individually being kind of like crappy, but all put together, them giving a picture, it's an overwhelming sensation. Not terribly far off from compound eyes.
Terrifying. Do I get some sort of a broader access to the Hive mind, or does it seem to be just like a mind of one individual creature?
Well, given that you only see through its senses, you don't really have access to its mind.
True. That's fair. And it's making a continuous billowing sound, right? Like a continuous sound.
This is a loud boy.
Okay. In that case, the Hive is going to climb towards its forehead or something, grab two folding fans. With the Viewpoint,
note, the forehead is particularly creepy on this thing. Not to mention, its head is very not human looking, but the forehead actually can open like a drawbridge to let Scarred climbing up its body climb out onto the walls.
I see. In that case, I would climb underneath and position myself underneath the mouth, I suppose.
Yep, absolutely, in like the big throat pouch area. This would put you right in the firing line for it being super frickin' loud.
Well, I have the wizarding head. Hopefully that protects me against the magic. Well, but it's just noise, right? So
It's just noise.
okay. I want to try to like focusing on my viewpoint, hide from its senses pretty much like its internal organs, like make it into a confusing mismatch sort of. So when it's making a sound, it gets sort of like muffled, twisted a little bit, right? Like confuse it in the way it's sort of like making the sounds in the first place, if that's possible.
So kind of trying to hide its own sounds from it. Is that kind of what you're going for?
Something like that, and maybe sort of like hiding its tongue for a little bit and sort of like making it reappear somewhere like where it shouldn't be, to just change the sound continuously.
Yeah. And this is obviously rather an unusual use of viewpoints blanking. So I'm going to ask for added paired action for that. What will the paired action look like? Just for this component.
Yes. Well, this was going to be an additional thing, but I think I can also include it in the paired action. Grab both of my folding fans, which are both folded for now, put it in front of the mouth and sort of just like open them, carry one sound into a direction, another into a different direction, then suddenly close the folding fan, drum for a little bit, draw out a sound, and just send it out like into a completely different spot. And I'm just trying to send like a very confusing and mixed signals from the mouth of this creature, seeing if that does anything.
Given where you're tucked under its chin, so to speak, when it is using its mouth to like rip masonry out of the way, this would like kind of bunch you up against it as its jaws open and kind of like, you know, not squish you, right? But kind of like gently press you against itself. However, you would see that it has like a mouthful of masonry. It's ripped off when you start to kind of flicker the sounds. And you can see it does pause for a second. The masonry kind of just falls out of its mouth. And it takes kind of like a step backwards and then like an ungainly step forwards. And just from its behavior, it seems very disoriented.
I'm checking the other creatures around. Do they seem disoriented as well? Like, is this thing sending out signals to others which they would be trying to follow?
You do not see much disorientation from the others that are around it. The one exception being you aren't in a position where you're able to see below it to where it is loaded. Because obviously it's a siege tower. They climb onto it from like a lower section. And so you can't see what's going on down there, but all the other Scar that you can see don't seem to have a problem with it at all.
Okay. I am throwing a smoke bomb into its jaw.
Yep.
Climbing on top of its face, while making sure to stab out each and every single one of its eyes.
Yep.
How many would that be? Are we talking like a dozen or more?
So are you climbing like all around its head to get every single eye? As you're doing so with smoke pouring out of its mouth. A good thing you do that too, because that will obstruct its vision up around its face. As you stab and stab and stab and stab, being as thorough as you possibly can be, is the Hive counting, or is this an approximation situation?
The Hive is very particular with numbers, I would imagine.
97.
So, oh no, I cannot do that in a reasonable time, can I?
No.
Oh no. Okay, in that case, I will just climb on top of its face, and as the smoke bomb is in its throat, I will again try to tap into the viewpoint.
Yep.
Try to tap into its senses, and I will try, like, as the breath is coming out, right, as the air is coming out, billowing out of it, I will try to shape that into a phantasm, I suppose. But sort of like energy working it as like the air is physically going through the smoke bomb, right? I want to make this into a sound-based phantasm, if that is possible.
Ooh, paired action.
Climbing on top of its head, and the Hive in general is mostly like the rats are usually not actually physically touching the ground underneath, right? They are sort of like nestled in the coat. Well, this time one rat is going to reach towards the creature, and with its tiny little hands, it's going to physically grab onto one of its eyes. And I want to do the well-known Hive thing, something that would be well-known to it. Try to pretty much take charge of this Hive, right?
Yeah. And as the Hive is doing so, what is going to be the sound-based phantasm?
I suppose I'm just... Is there something nearby to which I could divert their attention? Something which would be, to my... like, something that would be actually interesting to them?
Something that
And not the
isn't the
train,
checkpoint and isn't the train.
Yes. Yes.
It's really rough. Looking about, they don't seem to be able to just be pointed at each other, because that would be the easiest one. But you've never seen, like, they have no problem with friendly fire incidentally, but you've never seen them deliberately attack each other. Well, I guess the one thing you could do is you have seen them go for a phantasm before.
Maybe what I'll try to do instead of making it a phantasm, I'll make it into a veneer. And as the air is billowing out, I'd like to make it so that, as it's sort of like grabbing, I guess it can be also like both a veneer and a phantasm. As the air is blowing out, taking the paint with it, as it's sort of like dripping down, I would like to change at least like a dozen of the creatures into appearing human-like, as I'm drawing their attention to the fact that there's many, many humans in its crowd.
Yeah. And okay, that's way more workable, frankly. A lot easier than a sound-based phantasm at the very least.
Yeah.
And you can see that as it kind of recovers it's still very disoriented, but with human targets down below, it plunges its massive head down and just kind of like face plants into the ground, scooping out an enormous chunk of earth along with many of the like disguised scarred in the process. And like an excavator just like rips it up and out and just flings it off to the side.
Oh, hell yeah. As it does, that can turn into more humans being flung sideways to be devoured by others.
Okay, give me the followed up paired action, especially because you're partially bypassing a cooldown here.
Yeah. Oh, frick. I don't want to use another one of my smoke bombs because they are kind of limited.
Yep.
Let me check.
Do you need a moment to think?
I could use like a minute or so. Yeah.
Yep, got you. We're going to go to Lance. All right. Lance, you've obviously had your radio conversation with Clara. She has indicated that the gate is open, though you're still at the back of the train and are facing towards the hill. Actions you would like to take from here?
I was contemplating something while this was all going on.
Of course.
I'm going to radio contact Clara, actually.
Absolutely.
And so when this train stops, do you need time?
And Clara, this message would come in. We'll have it be because it's convenient. We'll have this be once like you're safely inside of the wounded tent. Oh, you're currently muted.
Oh, yes. Yeah, she would respond. Yeah, because I found some survivors. I think I can get them on over, but obviously we cannot dawdle.
Yeah.
Don't worry. I think this guard will be distracted.
And any follow-ups that he would have for Clara, or does he have other plans?
Yes. Prioritize kid and injured.
Yeah.
Got it.
Follow-ups from Lance
All
before
right.
I jump back to the Hive, and then I'll come back to Lance again.
Yeah, Lance is going to mentally start mentally preparing himself for what he's about to do. So when you come back.
Yep. In that case, we'll jump back to the Hive briefly, and then back over to Lance. All right, what do you got for that paired action for me?
None. I just remembered I have a convenient perk. So as it starts munching on the people and spitting out the debris, I want to make the perk, make the veneer sort of like explode into a bunch of gore, human torsos, heads, limbs being thrown everywhere.
Yeah, absolutely.
Through the perk, right? Which lets me sort of like make the make the veneer become an explosion of paint, essentially.
Yep, and that. I mean, not only is that very satisfying for the scarred, who you can see many of the surrounding scarred, like who were just focusing on the siege, like turn at the sight of gore, and would like try to get in on it as well. However, how would you, if you would, try to disguise more scarred as humans to invoke more friendly fire, or do you have other plans from here?
Well, I know that they do not really care about me that much, and they seem to be rather preoccupied right now. So I think I will just try to jump into the crowd, grab some of the limbs that are sort of like loosely on the ground, even if they are veneer clad, and just sort of like, I don't know, whack one of the creatures with a limb, start like quickly bending it over, and sort of like scurry away, like get my hands into a bunch of blood and start like flinging it around with my sleeves, like physically bending them.
Yep, absolutely. And as the hive is bobbing and weaving through the crowd, anytime a human, like a scarred, is turned to look like a human, within like 5 to 10 seconds, the siege tower just slams into them and destroys like another half dozen in the immediate vicinity.
Okay, in that case, I'm going to be doing this in such a way that I'm leading it away from the tracks so that the train can pass.
Yeah. Will stat?
1 or 2 pluses, I believe. Let me check.
Please say it's 2.
2 pluses, yes.
Excellent. That's so good. Okay. In that case, this like rapid sequence of like small veneers is going to be bringing the hive into yellow.
Yeah, makes sense.
However, you have pulled the siege tower and it's now stomping out of the way of the gate. And this was the main one that was in the way of the gate.
Good. Is like 90% of the crowd busy by now, pretty much just sort of like attacking each other and like looking for things that aren't really there?
Well, the crowd, the section of the crowd that's attacking each other and looking for things that aren't really there is still pretty small in the grand scheme of the siege, but in the area specifically around the main gate, it's slightly larger, which is especially good because this is where scarred were flooding into the base.
Okay. Well, that's quite good. I guess to end my veneer, I'll paint over a creature which is very far away from the siege tower, so it has to sort of like really lunge towards it and hopefully like break its legs or something. I 1 plus.
No, but you can get it to lunge away.
Sure. Well, it's going to like have to take a lot of time to stand up anyways, right?
Yeah.
So at least that's convenient. And I would think that by now the train would be almost passing through the gate.
No, the train has like come quite slow because it obviously, if they're going to go through the gate, they need to go through it at speed. Otherwise, the scarred are just going to board them and fuck everything up. So they're still a little ways back.
But the gate has opened by now, hasn't it?
The first gate has opened, but inside there's another layer of gate. So you can think of it like main gate, secondary gate, inner sanctum, tertiary gate, quaternary gate, then you're through on the other side. So 4 total.
I see.
Though again, I could totally see the hive not fully understanding this.
Yeah, I was also kind of thinking that they would just like go through and then wait for the another one to open. But I guess I was imagining them to be more spaced apart.
Yeah. Also,
I guess
it's at speed, right? So as a train, like it's not going to be able to slow very fast.
I guess in that case, as the siege tower lunges forward, the hive is going to reach into its pocket and gonna grab its smartphone, which is, of course, the handler from the illusionist.
Yep.
And I suppose I will call Clara if she needs some help.
And Clara, moments after talking with Lance, in your like again inside of the wounded tent, you would see like a little magical screen like bloop in front, and you would see a shuffling hat looking at you from it.
Hi, hey.
Hello, we are the hive. Do you need our help?
Yeah, because I've got a bunch of wounded here in this medical tent, but I need to get them to the train, and the secondary gate is pretty much blocking the immediate path.
Should we open the other gates?
If you want to, yeah.
Very well. The hive closes the call. And I guess by now there's enough chaos for me that I can easily like climb over the gate or just like slink through an opening, right?
Slink through an opening is going to be even better because the walls here are quite sheer. Like, could the Hive climb them? For sure. But it would be a pain in the butt, especially with all the shit that the Hive is like carrying. And so slinking through like a small crack that a Scarred couldn't get through is going to be a much more feasible thing. But the Hive will first have to get inside of like the outer layer of the checkpoint.
Okay. Yeah, then sort of like squeeze through and just go full speed ahead, to be honest. I mean, maybe like slowing down if there's a larger crowd of the creatures, but like mostly just like bolting straight forward.
Yeah.
As we need to do this quick.
The main thing that the Hive has to worry about here is getting stepped on by accident. And with 5 pluses to reflex, that's not something that's going to be happening.
Yeah, and 5 pluses to sensor as well.
Yeah, that too. So as the
I mean,
Hive
I guess.
Yep.
I guess this would be a big ask, but 5 pluses to sensor. Do I hear any civilians around as I make my way through the gate?
As you are making your way through the outer, the outer section of the checkpoint, no. You would not hear any humans even out here, just bellowing of Scarred. But your ears are so good that inside of the fortified inner sanctum, which is still secured, its gates are still closed, you would actually hear the sounds of people yelling to each other, sounds of coordination, sounds of gunfire, and the distant sounds of groaning and wailing that sound like people who are injured.
And those distant sounds would be towards where Clara is, right? Or is it closer?
But this would you don't know precisely where Clara is.
Oh, right. But I'm like meaning very, very far away, right?
Relatively. You'd have, again, once you get past the big wall, which again, slipping through a crack or something is very feasible for the Hive. The inner sanctum area is pretty large, but isn't massive, you know? It's like like 2 sporting fields sort of size.
And the soldiers of the Combine aren't really people that our employer wishes to rescue, right? Or cares to rescue.
It's not necessary to succeed the mission.
Yeah. Well, but it doesn't even fulfill the goal, right? They do not count as...
Exactly.
Okay. Well, in that case, I mean, I feel bad for them. The Hive doesn't really care. The Hive runs ahead.
And as the Hive slinks into the central inner sanctum, soldiers everywhere, holding major doors, setting up blockades, yelling to each other, desperate engineers working on broken trains. The Hive would also immediately smell the sick tent before seeing it. But before we go further, let's jump back over to Lance. Jumping over to Lance, you've obviously just spoken with Clara. What would you like to do? Stealing yourself, as you mentioned.
Yeah, he was mentally preparing because he's about to do something. One, his life's about to be like in danger, and Lance lives for the fight.
Yeah.
So, what he's gonna do, he's not gonna wait for a response from Clara. He's gonna say, "I'm gonna have them start shooting open those gates," and I'm going to then head over. Basically, pick my head up to the gunner and say, if there's the gates closed, shoot it open. We need to get this train moving faster. Point to the nearest rifleman. Tell them to start speeding up the train.
And the rifleman nods and says, on it. And immediately moves up towards the front of the train.
Yeah, and since I have a little bit of time, how fast would you roughly say this train is moving? Could I just hop off the back and land on the railroad behind the train?
Right now, it would be moving at a running pace for a human, but that's nothing for a train.
All right. So I'm just going to say, also, because I'm near the sick bay, I'd look over at the sick bay. Is my healer, did she do pretty well? The magical healing?
You'd have to double back through 2 cars to get to the sick bay because you're at the very end of the train, 3 cars long. The sick bay is at the first car. So would Lance want to pop back through and check in on her?
He's heading to the car. I believe there's the first car towards the hill, right? With the gun.
Yep.
So that means he would head. So he's going to go there because now it's time for him to go recollect that banner.
Yep. And you can see that the healer is still hard at work, clasping her hands, gentle glows emanating from her. And while it seems like she has made progress, like notable progress even, there's a lot to do.
Well, I'm going to use an ability. Just a simple perk of 2 arms. And it's going to be probably... I'm going to ask the healer, is there any simple recovery item I could call that could help with the effectiveness?
She sighs deeply and she says, "My lord, the most I could possibly ask for, though I do not fully understand it myself, is I know in some parts they use a substance to numb pain."
I see. My character knows what they're talking about, but doesn't know the name.
Yep, that's completely fine. I think that if maybe he's heard of like a poppy extract or something like that, some sort of like painkiller, even if he doesn't have the word for it precisely.
He's going to say, essentially going to have the kids really quick. Well, essentially I'm going to have her say, except I'm going to just use 2 arms, paired action. I don't have a grand old speech, but I do have more words to comforting words.
Yeah, give me a loose example here.
Because he's going to use as in words like I know what I want to say. It's just hard to put into actual words.
I totally get you. Take the moment. Like, give me the rough idea, and then we'll find ways to put the exact words to it.
So the idea is the words are meant to be like, gets better because the day's not done type deal.
Yeah. So kind of a tough love, but with a gentleness to it, or like more grim.
Like that, yeah.
Yeah. And is this going to be to individuals, or is he speaking to like a lot of people, the whole of the car?
The whole sick bay. Essentially, what he's trying to do is manifest a bag of like, to him, healing potions, numb pain, and heal wounds. Though don't repair limbs, it does that.
Yeah. In that case, rather than I won't ask you for the entire thing. Give me one line in his voice.
May today be grim, but if we push on, you'll all see the light of tomorrow.
And as 2 arms is activated, you can see into people's hands are conjured small gourds that are full of a gentle, clear liquid. The healer would beckon people bring them to her as she starts to try to ration them out. And she would catch Lance's eye and give him a small, kind of like humorless smile and say, "Many thanks, my lord."
Yes, I'll be dealing with the threat at hand now personally. Just make sure these people... So he's going to, as he's running back to like run and jump off this car, he's detaching the training weights from his wrists and legs and then taking off his armor. And just dropping it like he's running out of his armor, essentially.
Yeah, and as
so but he's bringing his weapons with him.
Of course,
his light bolts, his warhorn, sword, and the other banner.
Yep. And as he does so, leaving a line of metal in his wake, leaping off the back end of the train.
I am in my gi now.
Yeah, thanks to his training weights boosting his speed, and also him having Trip's resilience, even though the train is building speed at this point, he can leap out the back and land safely next to the rails, though probably with maybe not like a skid, right? But like it's not like a perfect neat landing.
He's gonna Dark Souls combat roll forward,
yeah,
and then
what?
And what he's gonna do is twirl his sword, plant another banner beside him.
Yep.
And I am picturing not weak and cowardice frontliners. I'm talking maybe I'm gonna push it here, but 3 Roman Centurion type guys from his homeland. So these are guys who can wear heavy armor, move fast and efficiently with their gladius and tower shield.
Yeah, so like heavily armored elite soldiers.
Yes.
I'll give you 3.
Like,
yep.
And I tell them what's about the threat that is coming up ahead. Let's give them hell. As I'm going to wait until the Scarred start getting... The Scarred, I can assume, have pretty high, good, like, hearing, right?
Given all the screaming, maybe, but I will say that as Lance is readying himself, over the top of the hill, he sees them at last. While there are foot soldiers among them, they are completely outpaced by the vehicles. He sees more of the crushing barreled motorbike type Scarred zooming up ahead. He sees up in the sky a flicker of red-orange in the distance. And more notably than all of that, coming down the rails, he sees a Scarred locomotive. A hideous thing. Flesh and steel, running on rails, belching out smoke and screaming out a mouth at the front of the train. It is at speed, it is at full speed, and will effortlessly catch up to your train, but of course it'll have to go through your first. But this is still a frickin' locomotive. This is an incredibly large and deadly threat that is being flanked by these smaller Scarred vehicles.
Good thing they're not going to see it because of my perk.
What do you want to do?
In front of us, a massive, as big of a shield as I can get it, invisible shield wall. And I'm going to look at it with a grin as I'm using a stomp down for the shield wall. And I'm taking my Warhorn to activate 2 effects.
Yep.
The Gi effect from Shonen.
Yep.
And the Gyaratinks perk.
Ooh. Is this you have 2. You have a stagger one and you have an ear bleeding one.
Both.
Excellent. So activating the Gyaratinks off
use
of your
them.
Warhorn?
Yes. And the idea is every time I use Gyaratinks, I apply all the perks to the Gyaratinks to get maximum effective.
And
so,
as you do so, blowing the horn. Talk me through more. Pardon, you had more.
So I blow this horn. I don't remember the exact wording for Shonen's Gi buff.
Mm-hmm.
But I know it does like some sort of like physical empowerment.
Here, I'll give you the exact wording on it. I'll pull it up. Activate with a resolute shout, Warhorn Blast works here, to generate an energy aura around the user, heightening their expressiveness and granting mid-magic protection, possibly not the most relevant, and bonus magical damage to unarmed strikes. Last until the user stops fighting.
Cool. I'm going to do something really fun then.
Yeah.
Take all these... I'm going to take out my quiver of lightning bolts and then just essentially cover myself in these lightning bolts using Arcane to essentially make myself look like I have a lightning-like body.
Oh, that's actually quite cool. And talk me through, besides just like, I'm guessing you're not like licking them and sticking them to you like a stamp. Like, talk to me about how you're like infusing them into yourself, physically speaking.
The way I envision is this is probably going to hurt him a lot, but he has the will and the resilience for it now to pull this off.
Oh God, and the Gi gives you magic protection too. So you're going to hurt yourself way less.
Yes. I've been waiting to build this. But I am going to sink the light, like I'm putting it into my veins, essentially.
Yeah. Oh, you would definitely start feeling that then. Like, even though he has great resilience, even though he has immense will, he would start to feel the pain sinking into him.
Yeah. And he's using Arcane to, instead of having it electrocute me, as it goes through my body, it becomes a part of me. Like, as the Arcane manifestation is to link it and make it synergize with my body as it's a natural flowing thing.
Even better, I got another one for you. The Gi's activation explicitly says it surrounds you with like an energy aura, so you can feed the lightning into the Gi's aura. Okay, that you've sold me. That's sick. That's very, very cool. I like that a lot. And as Lance is doing so, his gigantic invisible shield occupying the track in front of him, his soldiers around him. I will say, even though these are very well-trained soldiers, seeing a terrifying hunk of metal and flesh that weighs like 500 tons, like wailing towards you at 50 miles an hour, even the bravest soldiers have a little trouble with that. And he can feel them. They're not running, they're not breaking, but they are nervous. No doubt about that.
Because they can't see the shield wall.
Yes, exactly, among other things. But they're still holding firm. And additionally, Lance can see up on high that flitting red-orange light moving through the clouds of dust that are being kicked up high into the sky by the Russian Star Force.
Now we're going to see how much, because of essentially like the aura going through my body, essentially. I have lightning running through me, literally.
Yep.
I want to test something. I'm going to pull an Iron Man type deal thing. I'm going to point my hand home to it and see if I could release a lightning blast at it.
With your arcane stat is what again? 4?
4.
Yeah, I'll give you that. And as you fire lightning up into the sky, you see that the dust clouds kind of part and weave around it as the lightning conducts up through it. However, unlike the first time with
8 more uses.
Yeah, exactly. Unlike the first time when you used your sword, this lightning bolt seems to be kind of redirected midway up through the cloud. There is a lot more grit and dust. And so the distant flicker of red-orange is not detonated this time.
Cool.
That said, the train...
Whatever that lightning's going to hit is going to explode.
Yeah. The train and its entourage is now less than 10 seconds away. How will Lance ready himself for this?
I tell the men, I'm down. It's going to hit something.
One of them says, with a bit of grim humor, "Us, sir?"
No.
They ready their shields.
Trust me.
And
you could move out. I'm actually going to have them get off the tracks.
Yep.
And, because technically, as of now, I was holding my sword when they went through me. Technically, I have a charge in my sword right now, correct?
I'll give it to you.
I'm going to hold it like a javelin. And I'm not because only I could see my shield. I'm going off of this. Like, I know where the shield is, the shape, and all that.
Yep.
So I'm attempting to throw it and arc it over. Wherever it hits, but they're going to blow up, and that sword's going to be destroyed.
And as you throw it over the top, it lands amidst some of the meat grinder motorbikes on one side of the train, and you see one of them spark and burst. It crashes off to the side, and the train comes screaming in. What is Lance going to do the moment the train hits, regardless of what happens to it?
Lance is going to, because now he has 7 charges left of lightning.
Mm-hmm.
He's essentially going to, I don't know if you've seen Hunter x Hunter.
Assume I've not seen anything. I am culturally illiterate.
So you play rock, paper, scissors. You know how you have your one hand out and your hand make rock or whatever?
Yep.
Upon, because he knows speed where he thinks it is, so when he sees it, his action will be when it hits. So he's going to, predict the movement of the train. And he's going to say, essentially do rock, paper, scissors into paper, vertical, and thrust his hand forward. So it hits the shield and a spark of lightning cutting it in half and just down the right.
That is actually sick. I didn't see what you were going for, but no, I see it now. The shield's conductive, the rails are conductive, everything frickin' here is conductive. I even love Rock, paper, scissors analog. That's so cool. When the train hits, the noise is ungodly. An awful grinding, crunching, screaming slam. And despite now, I have not made shield walls buckle very often. It's taken like apocalyptic attacks to damage a shield wall, much less break it. This train does buckle the shield, and Lance feels himself taken off of his feet as the electricity rips out from him, and all he can see in front of him through the invisible shield is the horrid gnashing mouth of the scarred train, arms reaching out towards him against the invisible shield, kind of reaching to rip him and pull him in and chew him to pieces. But then, as the electricity piles from his body, going through the shield, going down into the rails, going through the scarred train, there is another noise like the roar of a bomber engine. And Lance finds himself flung backwards, almost completely ragdoll, going end over end over end down the hill right next to the train tracks. And when he finally comes skidding to a halt, his head is reeling, and he feels like a pounding sensation in his head. He's bleeding from his mouth, and he also finds that like his vision is worse than it normally would be. He can see that the train has been derailed. The scarred train has been pushed off the rails and is smoldering with an enormous chunk torn out of it, as though you detonated its fuel.
It's fine. Lance is the man of God. He prayed for God earlier. He doesn't know when the gods are going to help if they do.
Indeed.
It doesn't matter. He has faith. He's like that World War II American hero who really stood on some grass and avoided German bullets. He has that much faith in the gods.
And in his position on the ground,
he will not die here.
Yeah, looking weakly up from his position on the ground, even though physically he hasn't actually taken like super substantial wounds. He's not happy, right? Not a pleasant situation. But more notably than that, Lance has baseline vigor. And as such, he is tired. His stamina is in low yellow at this point.
Oh, I like how you say that. I reach into my pocket and pop into one of my 2 divine fruits.
Perfect. And as he takes the divine fruit...
Who said I was done yet?
He would feel life rushing back into his legs. Does he want to get back to his feet?
Well, no, he fucking just jumps up to his feet. Yep. He has 6 more shots of lightning, and he's going to make them count.
Oh, I will amend that. 2. The big expenditure with the train drained quite a few bolts from your body.
All right, so I have 2 left.
Yep. And up ahead, you can see that your Centurion-style soldiers are being pushed back fiercely by the great crushing motorbikes. It is only thanks to their tower shields being planted in the ground that the motorbikes don't just roll over them and destroy them immediately. But even then, they are not going to be able to deal with these enemies, especially because the motorbikes are swift. They'll come in, slam into a shield, knock a man to the ground, and then veer off to the side to try to circle around and hit him from another direction.
Yeah, and Lance has pretty much goodwill. I don't think he's in yellow essence at all yet.
Is that true? Let me think about that for a second.
He has 4 will.
I think he is borderline yellow essence, but is not there yet.
All right.
Good instincts. What do you want to do?
Lance is going to do some... I'm going to do something pretty cool, actually.
Yeah, let's hear it.
I am going to finger gun quick draw because I've seen people shoot quick draw guns before. Gunslingers showing me this trick.
Yeah.
Those things that are hitting them, essentially I'm shooting 2 bolts.
Oh, that's cool.
To help them. Just quick draw, making a gunslinger.
Boom. And as one bolt goes out, slams into one of the meat grinders, you can see that it doesn't detonate, but its body is like brutally charred, and it veers off to the side, clearly wounded. The second one...
I shoot it where... Yeah, I shoot the second one.
Oh, pardon me. You have a specification for the second one. What do you want to do?
Yeah, I had a specification. I should have probably cleared that.
Let's hear it.
Up earlier. So, first one hits, right?
Yep.
So, due to how it's been hit, it didn't explode. But can I see where now, roughly where, if I were to shoot it, a chain reaction would happen?
You would not be able to see that immediately. You do have one sensory, but you have baseline intelligence, and because of that, I don't think Lance would be able to like make the inference, especially at speed, of what he could do to do that. He could try to go off of his spirit stat and just intuit where to do. But unless you have like an idea already in mind, or he has an idea already in mind, probably
You
not.
know, he's just gonna then, as you were assuming, then probably just quick draw the second one.
Yeah, and the second bolt shoots out and actually hits the great metal drum that's at the front of the vehicle, and as you do so, you can see that rather than blowing up or detonating, it damages the connective tissues that connect the drum to the rest of the bike, and the drum kind of like rolls off like a wheel that has been ripped from a car as the whole thing collapses. Your Centurions look over their shoulders, see you, and quickly start hurrying back towards you, keeping their shields up as the remaining two of the meat grinders are still trying to harass them. Actions that Lance would like to take as his team is trying to reconvene with him.
He's gonna run up there and what he's going to do, because he has all this extra boost and all that.
Yep.
He's gonna essentially plant his foot in the ground and using his might alone, plus all this, like I said, boost, to essentially jump over and then come down, drop kicking these things.
Yep, leaping up high with boost from training weights. Also, good job acting the divine fruit. You need to obviously be like incredibly overconfident with the divine after using the divine fruit.
Yes, that's why he's rushing in here.
Yeah, and leaping up and over, he slams down into the face of one of the meat grinders and would knock it off course and like clearly like cause it to slump, but it is not killed. And as it continues to bellow, it doesn't have limbs, right? Its limbs are part of the vehicle, but instead it reaches out its freakish neck to try to bite at him from his position, kind of like awkwardly on its person. What does he want to do?
He's just gonna like, you seen that like where someone does like the karate chop, like, no, bad, fight you. He's just gonna do it, but with the intent to cleave it in half with his hand.
And while he doesn't get a full cleave in half, the empowerment from the gi, which is still kind of infused with some lingering lightning, would cause like a deep wedge to be cleft into its body, which would spark against all of the metal plates and augments inside of it. In so doing, since you're karate chopping, he would actually rip at its neck. And he would hear that the scream kind of starts to subside in its throat. Just kind of an awful guttural... And that seems to be what slows it down, which would be Lance's first inkling of the Scard's weakness to their necks being cut.
I tell my men, target the necks. The thing, I essentially just say, the neck, where they are screaming from, sever their heads off.
Yes, sir. And you can see that one of your soldiers, now with only one meat grinder left to deal with, quickly like hem it in. One man rushes in and stops it from accelerating. Another jumps up and manages to hack apart its throat. He suffers an awful bite in the process, but he manages to bring it down. And finally, there are no enemies about. For the moment, there's more like 20 seconds away, but you've dealt with the advanced like forerunning guard of vehicles from the onrushing Scard force that were chasing the train.
I'm gonna pop my second divine fruit, and then you can go off to someone else.
And as he does so, bringing his stamina all the way back to the green, we're going to jump back over to the others. Beginning with Clara. Obviously, in the medical tent, she's received some calls. What does she want to do from here?
Okay, is this like a canvas tent?
Yes, with a bit of wood, like wooden structure support in there, but mostly canvas.
Yeah, she looks to the double amputee and she's like, I'm gonna be right back. It'll be a few minutes. I need to make sure we scout a good path to get you all out, because I've got a plan. I just need to make sure the path is cool.
Don't forget about us, all right?
Player's promise, I won't.
And what would she like to do from here?
She's going to slink out from under the campus.
Yep. And with triple plus to reflex, though it will take a little bit of wriggling and squirming, she can make it out.
Yeah. She's going to look back towards the secondary gate, see what the status is on that, and like anyone guarding the personnel entrances.
Yep, the personnel entrances are hard pressed. The secondary gate seems to be enduring okay for now. At the very least, unlike the outermost wall, this wall isn't being ripped apart by siege towers yet, and as such, it seems to be, at least for the moment, stable.
Okay. She will hit her communicator and message Lance. Hey, where's our train?
Of note, this would be the time when Lance is blasting a train to smithereens, and he would not receive the message. So Clara would hear nothing but static on the other end.
And then the lights, or if she has a window or something, you know.
Definitely no
light
windows. She
show.
might see like the sky in the distance kind of like light up a little bit.
Okay. She just sighs and she realizes she is going to have to rely on. She's going to have to do some speedy stuff, and it's probably going to suck, but she knows what she has to do. She's going to have to get that second gate open.
As you are doing so, Tomáš points out very rightly in chat, the Hive has at this point entered the inner sanctum as well, and Clara stands out like a sore thumb here, given her athletic uniform. Not to mention, she would just smell different. And the Hive's Wint plus to sensory would definitely incline it towards being able to find Clara very quickly.
Yeah, cool. The Hive wants to make his way over.
Yeah, in that
so
case,
you would you would see a bundle of cloth just like rushing along the ground and then suddenly stop like a meter in front of you and like perk up as the Hive says, "Greetings, we are the Hive," and then it like stops. Like, why did it introduce itself? I don't think it got that far ahead. But anyways, going on. It looks at the people behind. You will be capable of getting them on the train?
Yeah, but I need an opening to get them to the train. Because I think I can lead them along the way to the supply thing. Anyone that has the means to do so, they can carry some stuff, that sort of thing. But that's the big thing.
And I'm checking, is it a supply thing in here? This is out of character question for a combat.
That's an excellent question. So the refueling station, no. The Hive would, however, see many other supplies are stashed in here. Food, medicine, water, similar.
And we know that the refueling station is past the second gate, right?
No, the refueling station is between the first and second gate. You have to deviate off to the side to access it.
But that would mean it is somewhere in here, isn't it?
You can think of this like almost like a donut. The innermost sanctum is like a ring, and then the rest of the checkpoint has a ring around it. The refueling station would be between the first and second gates, going around the ring slightly, and then coming into the inner area.
Right. But the train basically just takes a detour, and then in here...
And then would come in here. But in here is like... oh, yeah, I see what you mean. So the actual place that you would receive it, yes, that is in here on a secondary track, not the track that the train would normally just roll through.
Yes, I would point that out to Clara.
Okay. All right, so we just need to get the train. Get the train over here then, and...
If you can arrange the people to get on the train, and if you can arrange the supplies for the train, we will open all the gates.
Excellent. I'm gonna slink back into the tent. Give me a signal when you've done your thing, and I will do my thing. Okay?
I will give you a signal at each gate.
Perfect.
We shall give you a signal at each gate.
There you go.
Perfect.
This is the Hive. Okay.
And from here, where would the Hive go? But then I want to focus back on Clara.
Running towards the gate. This one isn't battered down at all, right?
No, this one's doing pretty well right now.
How high is it? The gate.
The gate in total is almost a story and a half tall, pretty large, big enough to accept a train.
Is one energy drink enough with the sneakers to get me to jump over it?
Well, there's a section of wall over that as well, so the whole thing would be like 2.5 stories. I'd say with...
Are 2 energy drinks enough?
I'd say with 5 pluses to reflex being the thing that mostly boosts agility, I would say an energy drink would get you over it. Given that the Hive is rats and as such doesn't quite have the same capacity for a vert. I mean, rats can jump really freaking high, but like...
Yeah. I think in that case, like one energy drink slams into the wall and just like scurries up quickly.
Yep. And as the Hive zips up over the top, on the very top of the wall, there is like a section of ramparts where soldiers are firing down into the Scarred. What would the Hive like to do up here? It's also right next to one of the big cupolas that has a cannon mounted on top of it.
Do I see the other gate from here?
If you like peek over the ramparts, then yes.
Would the third gate be in line of fire of the cannon in here? Like, could I turn it around?
Yes, you could.
How many people are currently there in the cannon area?
Like around the outside of the cannon's cupola, you can only see 2, both of whom are shooting down. Inside of the cannon's cupola, operating it, doesn't look that big, probably 2 or 3 maximum.
Okay. The Hive rushes over, grabbing its stiletto. It pretty much like isn't even trying to be sneaky. I mean, with 5 pluses to reflex, it is somewhat sneaky, right? But like is going mostly full speed, relying on the fact that it's probably not going to be registered in time. And as it rushes past the guards in the way, it's just going to use stiletto to stab them in the neck and send them off falling downwards.
Yep. Scarred side or defender side?
Scarred side, certainly.
Yep. And as you do so, this would get you to the entrance to the cupola, which is kind of like a hatch.
An open hatch?
Closed hatch.
Fuck. I tried to open the hatch.
The rats are not going to get the leverage to open this thing.
I grab my handgun and I knock.
Clong, clong, clong. And sure enough, after a moment, you hear the hatch being opened from the outside. It peels open and a man on the inside says, "Here, do you have ammo for us?"
And immediately as the hatch is opened, Ballestrino goes into his eyes and the Hive leaps inside and stiletto into the throat.
And as you come inside, it's incredibly cramped, like, the inside of a tank. And there are 2 other men inside, one of whom is trying to load the great turret, while the other one is trying to use the viewfinder to like, aim outside beyond to the Scarred force. What do you want to do?
Did they notice me coming in?
No, they're busy.
I imagine...
They're doing their job.
Fuck. Okay. This guy wasn't a commander, probably, right? Like, it was a random person.
Can't tell, but probably.
Uh-huh.
Give me a second. I'll take that as. In that case, Clara, from your perspective after the Hive departs, what would you want to do?
I honestly, right now, she is just going to do like some light reconnaissance around the inner ring, just making notes of anything else that of note. Like she wants to see like any, like where the secondary, the gate for the secondary track, like any other buildings, that sort of thing. Because her big plan, she essentially needs one of those gates open, and she really does not have the means to do so right now.
Yeah, absolutely. The secondary gate that's required to get to the refueling track is a little ways off to the side, and is also having way more trouble than the primary gate. It's less fortified, it doesn't have a turret defending it directly, and it has more personnel gates surrounding it, and as such, there's like a pretty big Scarred offensive on that side trying to cut their way through it.
It may be crazy, but I think Clara wants to help these guys out, because it might, even if nothing else, it'll buy a little bit of time.
Absolutely. What would she do?
Does she have like some open space between her and where the Combine have set up their defenses?
between that and like the gate area that's being besieged, because they're like right up against it. But if you want to look like get a little bit of area, you'd be able to get like a small smidge of no man's land.
Yeah, I just need a little bit of no man's land for hang time. That's the big thing.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, so she just takes a deep breath and she's all right, let's do this thing. And she just takes off running, basically gets towards like the end bit of no man's land that's safe for her, leaps up, and I have some, and obviously you know the perks that I have on hang time, where basically it makes a knockback effect. Friends and allies aren't affected, and I'm not going to use the knockback cone on a single target, but I'd say for this portion, she's considering these Combine at least allies in the sense for right now.
Yeah, so she is absolutely maximizing height on this hang time, I take it.
Pretty much.
In that case, does she want to try to, before doing the full hang time, does she want to get some height and like climb, run, jump, derive, grapple gun up onto like the walls or the cupola to get
Sure, if she can grapple gun up onto a wall, she'll definitely do that.
Yeah, and this would not only put Clara like at a higher point when she jumps, but it would mean that her jump would take her like not quite bird's eye view, but near bird's eye view over the entirety of the battlefield, giving her just a panoramic view of everything.
Oh yeah.
And in so doing, in this moment, she would see two things of great importance. First of all, she would see in the distance a scarred train laying on its side like a dying mammoth after having, and like smoking from the damage that's been dealt. She can't quite make out Lance. She doesn't have the sensory for it, but she can see the destroyed train. And second of all, she can see the last train zooming in, currently carving its way through Scarred as the cannon on its back blasts forwards to hack its path through in towards the outpost. So they are making their move. I mean that not only do you guys need to open this door for them, because they can't shoot this door. They don't have the angle for it. They're going to have to carve around. But second of all, the switch, the track switch that will get them in the direction of the refueling track, that one is not yet operated.
Oh yeah, I mean, definitely. Now, is the switch like on the, like in the between the first and the second, right?
Exactly right. It's exactly in that space, which is currently swarming with Scarred. Though something else Clara would notice while on high is there are like remarkably fewer Scarred right outside of the front gate than she remembers there having been. Like they've been partially cleared out. And it could just be the cannon shells that are coming rocketing in. But she doesn't see any like major smoldering craters there either.
Fair enough.
I totally didn't have anything to do with that.
Now up high, does she see the area where the switch is to send it off onto the secondary line?
She can see the switch. It's right in the courtyard area between gate 1 and gate 2, and it seems like literally like a manually operated switch right next to the gate, like right next to where the tracks fork.
Okay. I would say as she's
over
getting
there,
up,
Speedy Gonzalez.
I would say she's up there. She messages Lance. Okay, I'm moving towards the switch. You need to be ready on the train.
And I don't know if she's taking the time to wait for a response here, but assuming not, as she is like going back down towards the ground for her impact strike on hang time, what would she do?
When she lands, she is not waiting for. She's not waiting too terribly long for a response. She gets her grapple gun out and is pointing herself back up to a wall, and she's just basically calling out, "Friendly train coming! Be ready to supply it! Don't ask why, don't ask how, but it's your savior!"
And as she is landing in, is she trying to land in like a big group of Scarred to scatter them, or is she trying to get like closer to the switch, or what?
I would probably say as close as she can get to the switch.
Yeah, and in so doing, her impact perk would blast a good group of Scarred out of the way, which will at least give her like 2 seconds of complete like no enemies around to try to operate the switch.
We also have a smoke. We still have 5 smoke bombs left.
Oh, that's even better. Is she dropping one right away?
Oh yeah, the moment she lands, poof, and
as the smoke goes off, now while again, Clara's not like a train engineer person, but train switches, especially old timey ones, are pretty obvious. It's like a big lever.
yep. I mean, granted, she is from the future, but they have trains. They're just more like the maglev. So obviously,
Exactly.
she's probably also seen like at metro stations and whatnot that they have someone pulling a switch still. So
And as so is she going to immediately start operating the switch to get this thing on the right track, or does
pretty
she
much, yeah. Like she's not stopping or anything.
And as she is doing so, jumping back to the Hive, Tomáš currently very in character as the Hive down in the basement.
I have embraced the Hive lifestyle.
I didn't know if I could respond or not.
Oh yeah, actually, please do, Lance. Yeah, I will give you a moment to respond to Clara's message.
Yeah, because I didn't know if I was in a.
Yeah, this would be like right as you have like cleared out the last of the meat grinders, giving you a moment of breathing room, though Clara would not be able to respond back to whatever you say here.
I'm not even on the train. You get in that train. Dealing with the train is your job. I am holding off the incoming wave of Scarred. And calm.
And Clara, you get this message in as like you slam into the ground and send out your impact crater. So unless you are taking the opportunity to respond before you pull the switch, I'm guessing you're going to be too.
Nope,
occupied.
she's not responding, but she is understandably upset because she told him to stay on the train. So
yeah. And so she's hauling the switch into place, and through, like behind her, through the smoke cloud, she can see the train is now visible, like barreling towards the gate, throwing Scarred out of the way as it's just slamming through them as hard as it can. And thank goodness, and thank the Hive in this case, there is no major engine in its way, no big siege tower on legs, none of the larger Scarred that could reasonably obstruct its path. Speaking of the Hive, however, jumping back towards the Hive, inside of the cannon cupola, what does he want to do?
They are loading a shell in, right?
Yeah, they're currently loading.
And do they have other shells in here, or does this seem to be the final one?
They seem to have 2 others that are stacked neatly against the far wall.
Perfect. Well, I approach the person who is not currently loading a shell.
Yep.
A stiletto goes to their throat, and I am pointing a gun at the person. I'm not killing him, by the way, just like threatening him for now. Yep. And a gun is pointed at the person currently loading the gun.
And for a moment, they don't even notice. But as they kind of like blink into what? And one of them looks to you, the one who's like currently aiming the gun rather than the one who's loading it. And he says, "What the damn hell do you think you're doing, man?"
We need to shoot down the 3rd gate.
They look to each other. What?
You have about 3 minutes before you are overrun. We have seen what those creatures can cause. You have no hope of holding them back. 1 gate already fell.
But we're trying to buy time for the trains to be repaired.
A train is going to be passing through. You have a chance to get on. Shoot down the 3rd gate.
But there's no way it won't be able to cut through the Scarred. There's thousands of them between there and here. It'll just get overwhelmed.
Is he talking about like beyond the 3rd gate or beyond
No, this
the
is
first?
like beyond the 1st gate, the way you guys were coming in first.
We have already taken care of many of them in front of the 1st gate.
He says, 75 degrees. And you see the guy who is loading goes to a crank and turns the cupola. He says, "By the combine, they're making it." And he says, "But why can't we just open the 3rd gate? I mean, we'd have to go through the proper channels, of course."
If you can force the others to open the gate.
And then the other one says, "We can't fire on our own. We can't. That's treason. That's all that it is. It's treason." And the one who's aiming it would say,
I want to.
Oh, yeah?
I let them argue. That is perfectly fine. I am doing a phantasm of filling this room, changing the walls into swirling, horrid faces, human faces melted, intertwined with machinery, like jaws opening and closing in a mechanical way, and all of it sort of like making echoey sounds, just like you adding a little bit of arcane to make the echoing sound in here, to
That is
hopefully
rude.
make them think about their decision a little bit. The Hive doesn't really have time to talk about ethics of firing on their own soldiers.
Their arguing escalates rapidly and shrilly. We aren't. Yes, we need to. There's no other option. You think that they're going to give us the opportunity to open that gate, but that will just let this guard in from the far side. Shut up, man! And as they're like yelling back and forth, the one who's in the seat says, 350 degrees now. And the other one,
The Hive will shoot their gun to make that order a bit more urgent. They are not stupid. They would try to hit it in such a way it doesn't just like bounce around and kill someone.
yeah, and the one who had the order barked to him freezes, looking terrified at the two of you, and then would reluctantly move over to the crank, turn it a very small amount. The turret turns slightly. Confirmed, he says. 190 now. And the turret pivots. He says, 15 degrees down now. The turret aims down. He says, lock the shell. The guy's hand hesitates before he finishes the loading process. You see him looking around at the wailing faces that you have put into the walls. He manages to croak out, it's our own soldiers.
Does at this point the mechanism seem obvious enough for the Hive? Can it just sort of like grab and pull the lever back to make it fire?
The Hive doesn't have the grip strength to do that. This is the final like loading process, which would be similarly difficult for the Hive to opening a hatch.
If you open the gates, you will give them a chance to get on the train. If you keep them closed, all of you will die.
He moves. The turret is loaded, and the aimer or the shooter says, "Fire in the hole! Fire in the hole!" And then he fires. The entire cupola rattles wildly, and you hear a distant crash. He says, "Direct hit." The man who had loaded it his hands are shaking, and he says, "So do we retreat now?"
Sorry, the gate has cracked. It's not like wide open, right?
You can't tell. Only the guy who's in the gunner's seat has a view out of the cupola.
Is the gate opened?
He nods.
Organize a retreat. The others are welcome to join the train, but we will not wait long.
He shakes his head and he says, "I'm just a gunnery sergeant. I don't have the authority to organize a retreat."
Oh. I think can the Hive get out of the hatch by now? Or
Yeah, you
do
can.
I need someone to?
The hatch
Okay.
was not shut behind you after you killed the guy who had opened it for you.
The Hive is going to be opening the hatch, and as it does, it's just going to say, "You have about 2 minutes before the train passes through. Do what you
And-
will."
As you do so, as the Hive is leaving, he hears the Hive would hear the loader say, "He's dead," as he hurries over to the third member of their troop who the Hive had killed upon entry. But I'm guessing the Hive doesn't give a shit about that. What would the Hive like to do from here?
Slightly regretful, but like very, very slightly. Yeah, 5 pluses to Century. How could this one be opened? Do I see a lever anywhere?
The
An
third gate
obvious
or the
lever?
fourth gate?
The one I'm standing on right now, which would be the second
The
gate.
second gate. Yeah. In that case, there is like a gate, like a small adjoining, like a shack next to it that could hold a mechanism. But also, the main second gate isn't what the train needs to go through. It needs to deviate sideways to get through a side second gate to go on the reloading and refueling track.
Oh no.
But as the Hive is looking out, the Hive would see Clara down below just as she is landing and smoke goes off around her. She's landed right next to the switch of the tracks that would redirect the train towards the secondary entrance.
Okay, is my hand mirror off cooldown to contact Clara?
No.
Okay. But I see that the second gate is being taken care of then.
At least hopefully. It's not open yet, but step by step.
In that case, I will just quickly look into the like where the people operating the cannon are, and just inform them that they can enter the train at the refueling station. The Hive is going to keep its word, right? It offered a way out, so it
Indeed.
needs to deliver that promise. But immediately after saying that, it's not waiting around for any questions. As I'm on the gate, would there be like a cliff that I could scale from which I would have a great vantage point of the things around?
The highest point you can get to is going like past the cupola onto like the main like gate arch, and from the top of that there is a flagpole. And so getting up high on that would give you the best vantage point.
Oh, absolutely. I'm absolutely gonna do that.
Yeah. Slinking
Maybe
your way up to the top of a flagpole.
Not so slowly. I'm gonna get another energy drink to do that.
Oh, okay. That zooms up to the top. Yeah. 50 caffeinated rats climbing a flagpole.
That's a focus word.
And reaching the top, this gives you, again, not a bird's eye, but a pretty decent view of the battlefield. And also would show you that the train is about to breach the first gate and actually get into the inner area. You aren't entirely sure where Clara is at the moment. Other things you're trying to do from this high vantage point.
Right, I want to just check the track ahead. So if I'm understanding this correctly, and Clara is indeed taking care of the second gate, that means there's only one more gate to take care of.
Yes, the fourth gate. And the Hive would be able to see that the third gate, the one that the train would need to move through because the refueling station like reconnects with the main track, and would lead back out onto the main track leading through the third gate. That would leave just the fourth. And the third gate is currently hanging off its hinges, and the entire the soldiery that are inside are freaking out. Like they have no idea what's going on there. And unfortunately, this has meant that the defenses of the perimeter have weakened, and the Scarred are starting to breach into the inner sanctum, though only in small numbers.
Do you know what? Fuck this. I think this is good. I will do a phantasm in disguise. Tracing letters in disguise with my folding fan. I want to write a message. Seek help at the refueling station.
Yeah.
Just say phantasmal letters present in the sky.
And after doing so, what would the Hive do before I jump back to Clara?
And of course, like make those letters large enough so that everyone at the gates can see them. Maybe not at the fourth gate. I would imagine those are too far away. But after the Hive does that, gonna use another energy drink to rush very quickly to the fourth gate.
Oh, goodness gracious. 50 ultra caffeinated rats on their third Red Bull of the day.
Can I use my... I would also like to use my sneakers to sort of like, get myself catapulted from the flagpole if possible.
Oh, that's kind of awesome. Yeah, like a leap from the flagpole, then like splattering onto the wall, zooming on. Not even of the day. Third Red Bull of the last like 10 minutes. 5 minutes.
Yes.
Yeah, just chugging Red Bulls. Rats chugging Red Bulls is also a fun focus word. Now, as you are whipping along the wall at like pretty incredible speed before moving down the other side, the Hive would immediately, with 5+ of sensory, see an unmistakable gatehouse and gate control center. The Hive, being from a pretty modern environment, I think we have actually directly established that the Hive has hung out in subways before, right?
Yes.
Yeah, you would know a control booth when you see one.
Okay.
And so
for the fourth gate.
Yeah, for sure for the fourth gate.
Is it guarded at all?
It is only lightly guarded. There are some Scarred that have kind of wandered their way all the way around the like outside ring to this side, but they're in pretty small numbers.
Well, if they are small in numbers, but I guess I'm looking for a 0 pluses to intelligence inside. I will not have the power to pull the lever, right?
If it's anything like that hatch, no.
Is there one of these creatures very close to the building itself?
Yeah, actually, there's a couple of them, including one that has an enormous hermit crab-like, oversized, distended grappling claw.
Convenient. I climb behind that one, get both of my folding fans, extend my sleeves forward from behind its back, and using the ability of the folding fans to draw attention, I will sort of like be hovering them in the air, trying to guide it towards the lever.
It's like a plane
Yes.
conductor on the ground who's using like the
Yes.
little flight sticks. It's so funny. And the Scarred, again, the Hive is more used to how the Scarred behave than almost anyone else at this point. And so you'd feel them kind of slowly processing and then looking towards the thing.
Yeah, I think the Hive in that case like even like establishes a path along the ground, like making a path for them, right?
And then you can see that it's like claw flexes slightly, and then it whips out the arm, which telescopes out wildly, slams into the door of the like control station, and rips it off effortlessly.
Very good.
The Scarred seems
It's being-
somewhat unsatisfied with this, however, and starts to get distracted by people to fight.
No. Well, Ballestrino bolt fired into its eye, and then I continue with my falling fans.
Yeah, and you can see that as you do so, it kind of like turns around, letting go of the crumpled section of door, and you manage to slowly kind of coax it in over towards the gate area. Though it starts moving a lot faster when the two people who are already inside of the gate control house start screaming uncontrollably at the sign of it entering.
Fuck, I didn't think there would be people inside.
It certainly
no.
has made the Scarred a lot more interested in coming in here, though. Before we go further, though, we're going to jump back over to Clara. After pulling the switch, hearing from Lance, actions that Clara would like to take, she can see the train is close to the first gate. It's like less than 3 seconds away from breaching the first gate, and then less than a second after that, it'll be pretty much on top of her.
Okay. Grapple gun and get over back up high.
Yep, easily done. Can get onto a cupola of some kind.
Yep, because odds are she's going to need to get that second gate open one way or another.
Yep, absolutely. And once on high, she sees the moment where the train breaches through the main gate and starts to turn, turn thanks to your operation of the switch, to go around the ring of the outer area. Though at this point, it's moving slow enough, having to move slow. Of course, it's gone through so many bodies at this point, and also just hit a turn that Scarred are now boarding it, and boarding it in substantial numbers.
Clara is really upset because she told Lance that he needed to stay on the train, and he clearly disobeyed that. So she doesn't know what she's just thinking. What's going to be more important, train or gate? Now, question: how far am I from like the gate control mechanism?
Now, if the gate control mechanism is anything like the first one you operated, you are like a derive away from it. It would be like a matter of seconds for Clara.
You know what? Derive, flagpole, getting herself in because she needs to be quick.
Hell yeah. Clara with the flagpole maneuver again. And she sweeps down and lands neatly outside of like a small shack right next to this small side gate.
Yep.
Door closed, but easily openable. It doesn't seem to be like bolted or like heavily guarded by any means.
Yeah, open the door.
Yep, and you would see that inside there is a panicked looking operator who like blinks up towards Clara and says, "Are we getting out? Are we getting out?"
Yes, but I need your help. There's a train coming, and I need you to start loading, refueling the train. There's going to be some people that I'm going to send as well to get some supplies. This train's not going to stay for long, so if you want to get out, you're going to have to pull your weight.
But if we let the train in, then all the Scarred will get in.
we're taking care of this guard. Don't you worry. I need that gate open, and I need it open now. And she pulls out her coach gun to show that she means business.
And you can see that this particular soldier, Combine soldier, doesn't show much more courage in the face of that. They pull the lever.
I'll be AFK. So I sent what I was going to be doing for my thing.
Oh, sure. How long are you gone for?
Like maybe a minute or two.
Oh, you're totally good. I'll wait for you to get back. And after doing so, operating the turn, like the crankshaft, and then operating as another button, the gate starts opening, and Scarred immediately start pouring in. The gate operator screams and just runs, like rushing out across the center of the compound, as immediately Combine soldiers come rushing over and start just opening fire on the main entryway of the gate.
All right. When the gates open, she is going to make her way back over to the medical tent.
Yep.
Because it's time to get some supplies and shit on board and survivors.
And as you do so, Clara again blitzes over then in a heartbeat, and once again is greeted by one of those white-clothed individuals who holds up a hand. None may enter.
You know what? I've got something really, really silly for this.
Yeah.
Okay, first off, how big is the tent?
Quite large. Like it's a big one. Think of it like a gala tent. If you've been to like an outdoor wedding or something like that.
Okay, but she could easily call out to everyone within earshot, right?
Vitality stat?
1.
There's a lot of noise. Would be a little rough, but she would probably reach a couple ears.
You know what? She's like, okay, understood, and she's gonna slink around and probably go back to where she had exited originally, because this is probably her best shot to do what I'm gonna be doing.
Absolutely. She would zip around the edge of the tent and squirm her way back in underneath that loose fold of canvas. Once inside, what would she like to do?
Once she is inside, is there like enough space for her to run around, because that's gonna be important for what I have planned.
It is very cramped in here, but given that this is Clara we are talking about with 5 plus to vigor and 3 to reflex, there's room to run around. She just have to be doing a lot of bobbing and weaving.
That's fine, because it is time for her tag you're it. She's like, and she just calls out, "Come with me if you want to live!" Loud as fuck within earshot.
Yep.
And there are some perks on there as well. Basically anyone that she's considering like a friend, it's gonna give them like more encouragement, and she's thinking these white people are foes, so she's like, "Are you gonna let these white robe meanies stop you? No! Come on, if you want a chance to live, come on and follow me. And if you can, grab some supplies along the way."
And as you do so, will you be running?
Oh, that's a dumb question. Yes, she is running. She has her tapas out as well in case any of the white robe people try to stop her. She's just gonna go wang.
Yep, and sure enough, as gets in her way, and a tonfa across the face floors him instantly. She rushes out of the tent, not facing any other immediate opposition, and she hears the sound of every single person who can move, and even some who can't, trying to shuffle after her and make their way outside. Additionally, as she makes her way outside, she can see that her tag managed to catch a handful of Combine soldiers who happen to be around, who are shouldering their rifles and rushing after her. What does she want to do?
Oh, she just keeps moving. She's just calling out, "Come on! If you have the means to do so, grab something along the way. I don't care if it's food, I don't care if it's bandages, I don't care what it is. If you see a little coal, grab that as well." And she points to the soldiers. "And you, what are you doing? You should be out there killing whatever those metal things are. Not chasing me. Or you know what, chase me, I don't care. I can wear rings around you and not even break a sweat."
And one of the soldiers reaches up a hand and yells up, We want to get out! You say there's a way out!
And follow me if you want to live. Grab some supplies along the way.
And as she
And
is
keep
rushing,
these guys protected as well.
and as she is rushing, it's a very disoriented state. She's not going to be issuing infallible orders that people are going to be marching to perfectly.
Right, I totally get
pandemonium.
that. She's probably aware of that, but she is just doing what she can.
Yep. And up ahead, she sees a great sight. The train is in the inner sanctum. There are Scarred clinging to it and ripping sections off of it, and soldiers shooting to get the Scarred off of it. But the train is finally coming to a halt under the refueling station, though again, there are like over a dozen Scarred that are in the process of boarding it.
Yeah, it's at this point she pulls out her coach gun, and any Scar that she gets close enough to, bam!
Yeah, just running circles around and blasting at it.
Yep.
As Clara's doing so, we're going to jump
Lance.
back over to Lance. Perfect timing. Now-
I don't know if you saw my message. Would that have been inactive while they were doing this?
Well, the question
Because I got my breather.
I totally get what you're going for. However, as Lance would turn around to go and catch up the train, it's way away from him at this point. It's been accelerating. It's been going downhill. He couldn't catch up with it if he wanted to.
You say that.
Let's hear it.
You say that. I know my men are about to like disappear because of how the banner works.
Mhm.
I got a speed boost from the training weights and all that. And I don't know much about how you are, how much leniency you are with Arcane, but I am going to amplify the effects and duration of the Gi effect and the bonus I have from the training weights boost.
Oh, I
If
see what
that
you're
is
going
a-
for.
Essentially as an enhancement type spell.
All right. Two things. First of all, let's hear the paired action. Second of all, this will, given that Lance has been using a good number of manifestations, he is going, this manifestation, if he goes through with it, is going to probably block him from using further manifestations for a little while, like a tap out, so to speak. Is that acceptable?
Oh yeah, this is going to be because all of this current manifestation. So he'll be completely out of essence, you're saying.
It's not out of essence. It's that even though manifestation doesn't normally have a cooldown, this will effectively put it on a cooldown.
Because of the effects I'm aiming for.
And also the number of manifestations that have happened recently.
All right. You know what? That is fine. Knowing
Awesome.
that these men are going, he is essentially going as if, I don't know if you saw the GIF, but he does that little Goku jog up and then Olympic full-on sprint.
And as he does so, his centurions around him would take a knee and bow to him before they dissipate away as he goes sprinting off after the train. As he goes, is he running like along, not on the rails, but like right next to the rails?
On the flattest place of ground he can, yes. And he is moving to, he's essentially trying to build up momentum because he's going to use his might to essentially, I don't know if you've seen how One Punch Man, when he starts when he gets running and then his strength comes in and he starts kicking off the ground and then kicks further into the air essentially because of the amount of
assume
strength.
I know nothing, but I can imagine what you're talking about.
So he's just using his pure fear. Essentially, Lance is going to abuse his 2 might here. The manifestation he just did to essentially jump, kick the air with the leg that would come off the ground to essentially propel him back onto the train.
Okay,
Or
first of
back
all,
towards the train.
I think you have 1 might. Is that true?
2.
2? I think I have an
I think.
outdated. I think I have an outdated sheet then, because I'm only seeing 1.
No. I am seeing 1. Yeah, never mind. It is the updated. It is 1.
Cool.
That's
Second
what I
of all,
had
the while I think that the action you're describing is pretty cool, there's a lot of ground between yourself and the train to cover before you can even come close to doing like a final jump like that.
You know
and
what? Fine. I'm going to focus on full-on running then.
Yeah. And talking through that, as you are sprinting along, the aura of the Gi that you're like describing, trying to like prolong and empower, that was recently like infused with electricity. And you know what else is currently partially electrified, or at least lingeringly electrified from your massive face over the train? The rails. And as Lance is running
Nice.
along next to the rails, he sees them sparking with lightning.
Wait. Lynch is going to try. Either this is a bad thing or a good thing. But you know what? I'm gonna use. All right, I'm gonna use spirit here. I'm gonna be safe than sorry. I know my impulse. My impulses are telling me one thing, but does it feel like if I were to try to weaponize this sparking, could I use it for further propulsion?
Further propulsion, I'm not going to say it's... Let me put it this way. I'm not going to say it's impossible. However, think about the paired action very carefully. Lightning is a volatile thing. Lance is already pushing himself to the extremes. This could seriously hurt him. But it could also be very beneficial. So think carefully about the paired action.
He's already running with the divine fruit and all that.
Oh,
too.
yeah. His mega overconfidence, I think, is going to push him towards doing something crazy.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to play that out while him having some. You know what? Have I noticed anything from the prayer from earlier yet?
Now, as Lance looks like, as he is like remembering this, where is he looking? Is he looking to the sky? Is he looking to the ground? Where would he be inclined to look?
In this moment, he sees the sparks in the corner of his eye. I think right now he'd be looking at the train, focusing on the goal. He was told to do an objective. He knows he didn't complete what Clara want, but he had his own idea is to take away anything that could catch up.
Of course.
So he bought time for it, then come back and help with the train. That was his plan.
And as he is thinking this and kind of looking up, looking out after the train, he would see Scarred are boarding it, though only distantly, because it's obviously crunching through a big crowd of them has forced it to slow down. This is just before it wraps out of sight into the checkpoint. And as Lance is looking after it, he feels like, just for a moment, he catches a glimmer of light that looks very much like the spark of electricity. What is he going to try to do?
I want to do something stupid.
Do it. Divine Fruit's active.
Yes. Will, and you know what? I have the resilience and the will for it. You know what? Screw it. He's essentially going to, where the light sparks, he's going to think, you know what? He prayed to the gods. If the gods aren't with him now, then gods don't exist here, type deal. And in the same moment, he'll also remember he was ordered to live by his father in his backstory. So he needs to do something stupid while living. He's going to stomp where the lightning was as hard as he can, and then to see if he knows this could cause a combustion. So he'll position himself to be prepared to be like, take that combustion at where his leg is, but brace himself in case it does shoot him towards the train.
And as he does so, he feels a great crackling rhythm rip through his body, and his feet start driving forward, almost of their own volition. He is moving along the electrified rail at immense speed. The blurring whipping of his gi aura enhanced around him, his eyes streaming, but also how do I describe this? It feels like fireworks are going off under his skin in his legs. And as he is... Oh, yeah?
It's fine. He endures.
And as
doesn't endure everything.
And as he blasts along the track, we are going to jump back over to the Hive. As the Scarred rips, pulls its way into the gate control station, what would the Hive like to do?
I'm going to be honest, I didn't realize that people are there, because if I had, I would have just threatened them in the first place. Classic Hive action. But I guess in that case, since they are there, I will grab my folding fence, very quickly veneer the lever to look like a person on the ground clutching their knee or like maybe their stomach, right?
Yeah.
And as Hive has done earlier in this mission, just going to get the folding fence and start slashing into this person, spilling blood everywhere.
Yeah.
And that's just to compel the monster to attack the lever.
The
right?
two gate operators scream louder, and the Scourge turns its attention towards the victim on the ground and grapples down with its massive crushing arm. Obviously, with a normal person, this would just pop it, just destroy it. However, it wrenches up and away, completely destroying the operation lever, but activating it in the same time.
1 + 2 luck. Okay, good. Okay, and at the same time, I think that would leave it in a exposed position, right?
What would you want to do?
Yep, stiletto to the neck.
And it gives like a and it crawls towards the other people who are in the room, who are like climbing on top of their desks. One has taken out a small pistol and is just pouring rounds into it. In so doing, however, the Hive would lose a rat to this random pistol fire.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, this is a panicked person with a gun shooting at the thing that you are riding on.
Oh, no. I guess in that case, like, there's a moment where the Hive wants to take this very personally, but we have a job to do. We need to move on, unfortunately. So just jump out of the shed.
Come back. You come back and run the fate if that guy survives.
Probably, I gave them a chance to escape, and they killed one of my rats. But I jump
You
out.
also killed one of them too. So
I jump out of the shed, and yeah. Am I in immediate danger outside of the shed?
No, because the Scar don't care about you here. And also, you're so low to the ground, that random shooting is going to go overhead.
Okay, fair. In that case, I will just sort of like sling into a shadow, go behind corner. Once I am further away from any of the creatures around, I will get my phone, and I will call the train operator.
Yep, absolutely. And as you do so, the screen you can see his panicked, sweaty face on the other side. He says, What is this? It's in front of my face. He kind of swats at it.
Can the Hive like move it? Is it just gonna move the phone? Does it like move it out of his face?
Yeah, like, what is this? He's still trying
3 days. We are the Hive.
Oh, it's you.
Yeah. The third gate has been opened. The fourth gate has been opened. What do you need us to do?
So
now?
we're clear. We're clear. Yes.
We do not currently have information on the second gate. What do you need most urgent help with?
He says, we're through. We're currently refueling.
Right.
He says, all that we need, keep them off of us. Keep them off of us so I can oversee the refueling and we'll be out of here.
All right. Quick question. How quickly could the Hive reach the refueling station?
You have 2 more energy drinks or 1? I think 1.
One, but yeah, I drank 3 at once, so hopefully there's still a bit of energy.
Yeah, I was going to say, you still have a good amount of energy from the energy drinks. Under the effects of energy drinks and an open gate, you could get there in like 15 seconds.
Okay. We will be there. The phone is closed and Hive goes screaming.
Rat goes shooting off. Jumping over to Clara, who, with, again, 5 frickin' pluses to vigor, has made a full circumnavigation of the exterior of the train, just pouring shots into it. I will say, she's just trying to clear them off of this thing, right?
Right.
Do you have a bandolier?
She does have a bandolier.
Yes. Okay. Awesome. I was about to say you're out of ammo, but
do you think I'm that crazy to have a gun without a bandolier?
Yeah. And so after pouring through shots, you've shot in the course of, again, Clara running full speed, 20, 30 seconds. You've killed like 25 Scarred that were on top of this thing, and the Combine soldiers are, for the moment, holding the open gate before as more Scarred are pouring through, because again, the engines can't fit through here yet. They haven't finished breaching the walls and can't really slink in under the open gate. What does Clara want to do? She has also been the one who has seen, as the Hive was just informed, of the engineer of the last train overseeing the en-henmindari, helping him refuel, using the great nozzles at the refueling station to connect to pour in water, as well as dispense coal out of a great hopper.
Yeah, she'll call out to them, "You guys need any help, or what do you want me to do?"
"Keep them off of us!" yells the engineer.
"Can do, will do." She gives a loud cry back.
And she also would see at this point quite a few soldiers and many wounded are shuffling towards the train from like all over the camp. In fact, in some ways, the defense of the main gate is becoming weaker because the soldiers are retreating from it and trying to get to the train rather than keeping their guns going against the Scarred pouring in.
Yeah, she looks to those nearby and she's like, "If any of you have a gun or anything, do your part and make sure that this train is protected at all costs."
As you do so, your words are clearly heard by the en-henmindari, who quickly task some of the other survivors to their jobs in refueling and grab their rifles to go to the end of the train and shoot down towards the Scarred rushing in from behind. Clara would also see the Hive zooming in, a blur of clothing whipping across the ground. The Hive would also, of course, see Clara. Actions the Hive would like to take upon entering the refueling area of the inner sanctum.
Do I see immediate attacks on the train or not just yet?
Right now, the train is currently clear, Clara having done a lot of blasting, but it's the side entrance that it came through, currently open, there where all of the fire is being focused, with the Scarred pouring in from that direction, but currently being shot enough to keep them at bay.
Okay. The Hive gives Clara a quick nod, whatever that's registered at his speed, even I do not know, but continues running forward. Running forward to where the threat is coming from.
Yep. As the Hive does so, their keen ears would pick out a sound, a high, thin, shrill whistle up in the sky.
Okay. Immediately jump on top of the train, prepare gun, look above.
Yep, and you would see the flickering red-orange tracing through the dust clouds. It's almost directly overhead.
Was I informed of what that is?
That was in the mission briefing as part of the Scarred overview. You would be familiar with.
I mean, I know, but like the Hive also is aware, right?
Yes, the Hive would be aware of that.
Okay.
It's fine if they you think they would have forgotten, but given shrieking and explosion, I think that it's pretty reasonable for the Hive to remember that one.
All right. So in that case, I will. This is way too high up in the sky to be able to just like shoot it, right?
Yeah. Much too high.
They have planes here, right? This is a World War I sort of setting.
Early planes, yes.
Yeah, early planes. I will throw a smoke bomb into the air, shoot it with my gun, force the explosion to make a phantasm of a plane flying towards it, try to redirect it towards the plane, hopefully.
And as you do so, the redirecting is the key part. How are you going to try to... Well, you do have a very good tool for redirecting attention. How are you going to try to make sure that it follows this phantasm?
There's no immediate reaction after I make the phantasm, like, of Friday.
It remains high and obscured by the dust clouds, just flickering orange-red.
I thought it would be more animalistic than that. What if I try to sort of like bring the phantasm to fly straight towards it?
And that baits it out. You can see a streaking shape whips through the phantasm, but passes through it completely and catches itself on long, thin wings and immediately goes ascending back up into the dust cloud. It's as though it lunged through the plane, and because it didn't encounter any resistance, it just paused and then went back up into the sky.
Oh, it can reassess its trajectory so quickly.
Very quickly, like remarkably quickly. You would also get a very good look at its body. long, thin, javelin-like, huge plated head with a long, wicked, rifled beak.
As it took the plunge, though, would it at least be stuck in a position long enough that I could fire at it and hit it?
You would definitely be able to take a couple shots, but with 2 pluses to skill, this is far enough away that the Hive would not hit.
Okay.
The Hive would, however, see the great bulbous red and orange pustule midway through its body that almost vibrates with volatile energy. It's very obvious that's where the payload is.
Can I get a moment to think about how I'm going to remotely set off the bomb?
Absolutely. We're going to jump over to Lance and then back to Clara. Because Lance, as he is thudding his way along the train track, empowered by electricity, his body being pushed to its limits, firework explosions going up his legs, he would blitz down the rail, which is still currently pretty clear. He's going not far after the train. Blitz into the checkpoint, swerve up and around, and manage to finally come into sight of the side gate that was open for the train to come through. However, as he does so, he sees up ahead a great number of Scarred being mowed down by gunfire. And though he is going at great speed and could probably pile drive through, not only are there a lot of Scarred there that would probably get some pot shots in at him, but they're being shot, and he would be rushing into an active gunfire zone. How does he want to adapt to this as he is whipping in?
All right. So, Lance Taki, he essentially double tapped on the divine fruits, which means his energy is going to be up for a while.
I will say the magic that is empowered your speed is a substantial drain on your stamina as well, and so you're not going to be in the red. Let me put it this way, but you might be in yellow.
Oh, that is fine because I want to. Lance has taken 50 cal shots before to the body.
Mm-hmm.
So the guns are not the issue. It's the Scar who thinks they had a chance in the first place.
So what does he want to do?
He's just gonna essentially run, and then probably is there a way for him to step on something and wall run, zigzag up and just start hitting Scarred in roughly their neck area?
Definitely don't have the stats to do something like this, even with the magical enhancement. This would be more of just a shoulder check into them, but you would be at roughly neck area if you want to just start trying to lay in.
Yeah, I'm gonna just start if they want to hit me back, fine, I'll hit back harder.
And as Lance goes piling in, slamming into Scarred, he hears their roaring and he feels them whipping around and start trying to hack at him.
Wait, another thing, I'm gonna do something cool better. After I slam into this, I'm gonna bite my thumb to draw blood, and then I'm gonna say, "Come get me, motherfuckers!" to get them to follow me, and that is gonna be the active of Garrotinks.
Okay, excellent. I was about to ask you that, and as you do so, Clara, jumping back inside, you would hear Lance's voice booming out from just beyond the secondary gate. And as his voice booms out, the Scarred that were piling in turn and go back the way they came just a little bit. You can see the mound of them that are forming. And for the moment, Lance has pulled aggro. Now, don't get me wrong. Scarred are trying to incur into this area from other areas. They're ripping down personnel doors. There's other problems. But the biggest problem by far, and the one closest to the train, is for this moment abated. That said, you also can see the number of Scarred that are piling on top of Lance. Actions that Clara would like to take.
First off, let me check a thing here. What is hang time? Is hang time off cooldown?
Hang time is off cooldown.
As much as she hates Lance right now, and as much as she would want him to pay for missing the mission objective that she gave to him, she also realizes at this point right now, it's more useful that he stays alive. So this is going to be her activating hang time, and she calls out, Stay focused on the breaches. I'm gonna help out with the big mass. She says that she just takes, as she just gonna take off running, G herself up again with the grapple gun as before. So that way she gets more elevation, and basically, when she does her leap, she is obviously gonna aim it towards like the big mass on Lance.
Yeah, and you have an explicit part of your perk that says allies aren't affected by the boom, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, very good.
I do have a quick question.
Yeah.
Did my gear tanks perks proc? Because I always have them active.
Oh yeah, they absolutely do. But from Lance's perspective, as he yells and the Scarred are like lunging at him from every direction, he would see that his Gera things would shake them, and he would feel like their awful like coagulated blood oozing out of them. Does he have any particular tactic to this, or is he just punching at anything that is close enough to be punched?
As of now, Lance. So he would do it like a whole thing. First thing that come at him, he's essentially going to let them hit, essentially like weave, strike at the jugular. And he's using his hands in like the hand spear thing, but using them as blades. So he's not.
Oh, yep.
So essentially, since he doesn't have his sword on him, he is using his hands as swords.
And only thanks to the Gi's enhancement is of magically boosted unarmed strikes. Is that going to be
and my arcane manifestation on top of that?
Well, right now, because the arcane manifestation is what's prolonging the Gi. The Gi is the really important thing that's going to give your hands the oomph to do what you want. And while you are able to take out a Scarred here and strike there, they're hitting you from all sides. And without his armor on, though Lance has 3 pluses to resilience, these blades are wicked. And he feels them hack into his back and hook into his shoulder, and he feels himself starting to be pulled down by a sheer mass of bodies and wicked blows. On top of all that, though, there's one other serious problem. That arcane manifestation that let you move at such great speed has taken a toll on your body, and Lance's legs feel leaded and like not unmovable, but like incredibly exhausted, though his upper body and the rest of him is still going pretty strong.
It's fine. Legs, who needs them? All I was told to do by my father was live, and I said these people are going to live because of me. And I plan on going home to my wife and kid. So Lance here is going to pull a Hulk here. He's just going to freaking lock his hands together like a hammer and just as hard as he can just smash the ground like near his legs.
And as he is doing so, this would be the sort of time where had I not had that last manifestation not put it on a cooldown, that would be a perfect manifestation. But as is, Lance feels his strength ebbing. Seriously ebbing, especially with all the magic that he has used. But more notably, as he brings his hands down, he feels a great blow to the back of his head that causes his vision to like blink in and out. But then there's a boom around him, and he looks like, and on the ground, he can see a somewhat familiar looking red uniform right next to him. He is like on the verge of consciousness. His legs are of course leaden, and while he is like, his arms still have the energy inside of them, his stamina is at this point properly in the yellow. From here, however, Clara, as you land, poof, dissipating the crowd briefly around Lance. He's brought down quite a few of them, especially considering he has no armor, no weapons, and is fighting completely unarmed. It's amazing the amount of damage he has done, and yet he is looking bad. He is bloodied, he has been ripped up, he has huge chunks of his back missing, and the back of his head is bleeding viciously. He is still conscious somehow. What does Clara want to do?
He's like,
she just scowls at him. She's like, I gave you an order, and you disobeyed. Now get up. We have a job to finish.
Lance, words are, you'll only be able to muster a couple of words, but on top of that, getting to your feet is going to be difficult with your legs in this state. What do you want to do?
Do you have one of those drinks?
I have one left. Consider it a mercy
all
that
I
I'm
need.
giving it to you, she says. She under normal circumstances she would offer it normally, but she just kind of just thrusts it his way because understandably she is still upset at him.
Yeah. Is Lance going to immediately quaff this thing?
Yes, he's gonna quaff it because he heard energy drink. So to him, this is like an energy boosting potion. So he doesn't care what the effects are. He's not gonna ask. He doesn't have time. He needs energy to keep mowing them down.
Yep. And
He
Clara,
is living because he has to.
and Clara, as Lance is drinking, the starter, of course, pouring back in towards you guys, and there's only a thin aisle that would let you get back through into the inner sanctum. What do you want to do from here?
Clara just looks at Lance and she says, "You're gonna have to run, and you're gonna have to run fast because our window of escape is closing." She says, and she turns around and basically she's gonna start going back. Toph is at the ready, just whacking any Scarred making their way close to keep a path open for Lance.
Yep, Lance can
I'm
see
gonna
Clara
say this.
moving like a whirlwind in front of him. What does he want to do?
Lance looks at and says, "What's important is if they stay off the train altogether. And my legs ain't moving anywhere." All right, so what's the effects of this drink? I need the rundown of it. Because this ghee is still going. This drink's giving him energy. This is the furthest Lance has ever pushed himself in a mission and will proceed.
Negates all stamina exhaustion and grants a substantial speed boost for a low duration. Stamina exhaustion is intensified after for a mid duration, unless they drink again.
And because of that, as Lance is saying this, he feels life in his legs somehow. They're weaker than they should be, don't get me wrong. But despite all of the brutalization that he has put himself through, he feels himself able to run.
He's like, "I will see if they'll take the bait again." And I just thought of a perfect freaking perk, by the way, because I have a perk available. I don't know if you're going to allow me.
Let's do it
I have
after mission.
manifestation.
I don't want to do it during mission.
Yes.
I want to do it after mission.
I know. I was wondering if I have arcane manifestation because I was going to use it as a manifestation.
Do it as an energy work off an ability instead of a manifestation.
That's what I was going to do.
Yep, let's hear it. What's the ability you're doing it off of?
Gear tanks.
All right, you have the Garethings is active currently. So talk me through the additional paired action you're going to do to try to make it do something additional. And what are you going for?
Essentially, the only thing technically weapon-wise he has on him is his freaking warhorn. So he's going to blow his horn and essentially look like he's putting himself in a position and he's trying to have the intent feed them. So this paired action is more of a not only those who the previous perks happen, but it boosts his allies. As in their abilities get boosted here. So essentially I am using the warhorn as a war cry to amplify while the rest of the duration going.
Give me a specific thing that you are trying to boost, because of course a blanket buff in Enclave is absurdly strong. So give me something nice and specific that you are wanting to enhance.
I'm trying to say ability boost. Like they choose one ability and that's what gets hit.
Yeah, I see what you're going for. I'll tell you right now, that is also absurdly strong. So try to get even more specific, and especially if you have a person, like if you're trying to boost Clara, if you're trying to boost someone else, tell me the thing that you're trying to help them with here.
I want it to be a strength boost. You know what? Focus on where they hit harder, or type deal. they gave me a drink for speed boost. The gi and all that's working. And I'm seeing her, Clara, go around beating these things with whatever it is in their hand. He wants to essentially give her the extra oomph to just lay into another, where her hits do, pack a bigger punch.
Now we're talking. That's what we're talking about.
Allies, as in, I view all the riflemen as allies too. So anyone who hears it, any essentially damage they do that requires strength, gets boosted.
And as you are doing so, the sounds and the yelling and the screaming obviously are cut through by the sound of the horn. But more notably, I'm going to say that the bonus is going to be very focused here on Clara. You established her as like giving you this energy drink. It's like a reciprocal thing. And so this is going to be very focused in on her. And Clara, you would see Lance pause, blow on the horn, and you would feel like a snapping of your sinews in your arms. What will Clara do from here? He's certainly not running, but at the same time, she also can feel the strength that is coursing through her. What does she want to do?
You know what? I mean, basically just keep on clearing a path, just all invigorated by that. Honestly, at this point, she is not looking back. She has a directive, and that is clear a path, and if there's any more scars that need to be dealt with, she will deal with that when the time comes, when she gets back to the train.
Yep. And as she's doing so, I'm going to say something that I don't think I've said in many missions with Clara. She has just topped yellow stamina.
Even with the sports gear?
The sports gear, she's not going to feel it, but she has topped yellow stamina.
Oh dang. I mean,
golly.
Wow, I mean, fine. Although I guess to be fair, she has been doing... I guess that makes sense.
Moving during the entire thing, including some of her most intensive combat sequences. Hive, you had a thing.
Oh yeah, I did. Okay, so did it get close enough that I can viewpoint it?
Yes, you would be able to viewpoint it. You can see it.
Okay, I viewpoint the creature. And as it attacked the plane, I think it would at least briefly not be paying attention to the train, right?
It seems that way.
Okay, well, as it looks at the train, suddenly it's gone. But what is going to be there is going to be the Hive, sort of like dancing around with its folding fans, drawing attention to itself. And the Hive is going to...
Hive once again.
Yes. The Hive is going to drink another energy drink just to give the folding fan waving a bit of a boost. Yeah, and it's going to be waving, trying to get its attention as the train has disappeared, and the Hive is going to be making its way towards the largest group of creatures or monsters or whatever that it can find.
Climbing up a wall, this would be almost certainly the space between the first and second gate. Not where Lance is, that's off to the side, but the space between the first and second gate.
Of course, I'm trying not to blow up one of my teammates.
Yes. And you would see that this Scard actually has incredibly keen eyes and keeps eyes down on the Hive as it ascends up into the dust storm, its vision cutting through the dust somehow. It's focused, it gets right overhead, and then it plunges.
Towards me, right? Not towards you.
Yes.
Okay. The Hive is energy drained. 1+2 vigor, 5+2 to reflex, has sneakers. Can I just jump out of the way?
This is not going to be a jump. This is going to be a jump, scrabble, and then another jump.
just like leaping like a freaking stone, like thrown at a like.
And you barely manage to get out like over a wall as this thing hits and detonates. It clears the entirety of this area, blasting with such force and such heat that it actually buckles the wall that the Hive was on. And like crispifies some of the rat's whiskers. But more notably, the Hive can see that the last train from Narvul is rolling again. It's starting to move.
Hell yeah. And
And
there's not a lot
I.
sorry, there's not a lot of obstacles in the way right now, I would imagine,
You have a
right?
clear shot.
Yeah, okay. The Hive is going to be going to the train, and as it does, just shoot a few of them in the neck and slit a few
Yep.
throats
There
along
are
the way.
small numbers of Scarred that are like rushing in, but these are easily dealt with between the Hive, the riflemen who are currently stationed on the train. The train is like covered in people. Like, have you seen videos of like trains that have like hundreds of people
Yeah,
hanging
yeah,
to
yeah.
the outside?
Oh, yeah.
It's not far off of that. But also, as Scarred, like, this also does mean that there's so many guns that are like bristling off of it that Scarred rushing towards are being riddled full of holes. More notably, however, jumping back over to Lance and Clara. Lance, after graving out the blast of your war horn, you and Clara would both hear an unbelievable explosion from kind of behind Lance and around the bend of the wall. The force is not enough to knock Lance or Clara off their feet, but you can see it is so loud and so sudden that it actually does like cause some of the Scarred that are surrounding you to pause for a moment, as though like they are surprised
All right.
themselves.
Lance is going to run to the train so he can get, well, hopefully some rest, if that's even a thing in this situation. But he wants to try to use all this boosted energy, one, to get to the train.
Yep.
How?
And thankfully, thanks
God
to Clara,
gave him legs.
Lance
We
has
will say that.
yeah.
Clara gave him legs.
Yeah, and thanks to Clara,
gave him
he
legs
also
and-
has an aisle through the Scarred so that he can rush through them without them tackling him and taking him down again.
Yep. And so what he's going to do is he's not going to get on the train completely, but he knows when he loses his feeling again. He's going to get on like the back where you're hanging off like the back of the railing.
Yep.
I'm going to get on that part where like the step down part is.
Totally.
Like
the back.
I think it's a patio.
Yeah, the backmost part of this, like, of the train is actually ripped open from a past attack. And so he would actually have people, like, reaching out hands to him to get him into a place where he can, like, sit down on some of the twisted metal, almost like a crappy hammock.
Yeah, Lance is going to run, like, might jump, grab their hands, and then pull him up.
And as he does so, he feels the exhaustion, like held at bay by the energy drink, but he can feel it in his body. He can feel all
Like,
the
he
wounds
knows it's
thudding
there.
on him. And more notably, his gi aura would finally subside, having served him very, very well. And Clara, as Lance finally rushes past you, what do you want to do?
Yeah, she's gonna run and get onto the train as well. Mostly because she wants to be ready to react if something does come up.
Yep. And the train moves through the third gate and out the open fourth, Scarred being blasted by the soldiers aboard as it does so, and then out onto the thin rail that goes between the great layers of rice paddies across a floodplain. In the distance, you see trees and low hills and acres upon acres upon acres of flooded field in every direction, and the Scarred are put behind you. And at that point, all three of you would feel your Enclave badges ping. Final actions, beginning with Lance.
Lance is going to look at the people. I'm wondering if the people are who he promised that they'd get out alive. Are they there?
He sees a few of them, yes. Not all of them, of course, because it's a lot of people aboard the train, but he sees a few.
I delivered on my word. Live wonderful and profitable lives, as he pings out.
The Hive, final actions. You are muted. There you go.
The Hive is not going to go like explicitly out of their way to check, but 5+ to sensory. Do I hear the guys from the turret somewhere in the train?
You hear one of them.
Okay. Good enough. In that case, yeah, I want to use my 5+ to censor to get a very solid estimate of how many people are in the train at currently.
Did I just hear a little bit of like guilt in the Hive's voice or the Hive's action voice there? But the
I think like the Hive would be. It's not that the Hive is like incapable of feeling guilt,
sure.
but it is coded to do anything it can to survive in the most efficient manner at all times. But yeah, just like wondering, it's more of a meter player. How many people are in the train?
And upon checking, the Hive smells no fewer than 190 survivors.
That was a clutch phantasm. The Hive picks up.
And lastly, ending it strong with Clara. Final actions.
Clara is going to find like whoever is like the highest ranking person on the train.
Now, in terms of the highest ranking person who is a part of the outpost, that's one thing. But if we're being honest, it's the en-henmindari who are leading this.
Yeah, probably the lead en-henmindari.
Yeah, and it takes her a little bit, but she would eventually find one of the couple who was leading the last train expedition.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she just goes over and she does like she does a very respectful like kneeling bow to them. I hope we did enough.
And you would see that the en-henmindari kind of kneels to rejoin Clara's eye level, and she would say, "More than enough."
Good. You know, there's some people here who didn't make it. Just make sure you never forget their memories or the sacrifices they made, so that way everyone here could get a better life.
The Scarred will not be at bay forever, but until they come again, these people will be free.
Good. She gives a nod and she pings out.
And on that note, we will end the mission. Woo! All right. Was that enough combat?
Oh yeah. Not gonna lie, I was kind of concerned for Clara before this, but then it's like going through it. It's like, oh.
Yeah, this was a really interesting mission because it gave you a chance to see how the Scarred handle aggro. And it turns out that when you are quick and you don't stay in one place for very long and you don't get hurt, the Scarred don't really care. And Clara did a good job of not getting hurt. If she had gotten hurt, she would have felt aggro drawing way harder. But also, she got into the base and was doing stuff among the humans, which was great too. Before anything else, do you guys have questions about calls that I made or the plot of the mission?
No, I loved it.
Excellent.
Was the Hive ignored because of the fact that it's rats, or was it more of the duster effect?
The Hive had 4 things going for them. 1, non-human, like an animal. That's huge. That's by itself big thing. 2, duster effect. 3, 5 reflex. And 4, the Hive didn't get hurt. The Hive lost a rat, but that was just like an outright bleh, just dead. The Hive was not in pain. The thing that was scariest for the Hive on this mission was the Hive kind of looked like a Scarred if it was out of disguise. And so if humans have been like, oh god, there's a thing moving, and just like shot it. And also, the humans had some gas weapons, which would have been catastrophic. But I was like, yeah, the Hive has like almost no threat from the Scarred, minus getting stepped on randomly, but is like actually in serious danger from the humans. I think the only Scarred that posed a serious threat was the Shriekers. If a Shrieker explodes,
I got a question.
Toast. Yeah, of course. Yeah. What's up?
The question is, what was the divine, like, I want to be clear, what was your idea when you gave that, like, Claire, like the divine responding?
You pretty much exactly picked up on it. I was like, I see no other way besides some sort of manifestation that plays with the electrified rail. That was like the only thing. And so I was like, okay, let's see if Fawn picks up the clue here. And he did. It was obviously an extremely high risk, high pressure manifestation, but you understood the threats and hazards of that, and I think you responded to it quite well. So very good job picking up that insight there.
Yeah. See, the thing is, I will also like to inform why Lance didn't stay on the train.
No, that's perfectly
It
fine.
was
Oh, yep.
the idea is Lance, if he had the time before like they disappeared from Enclave HQ, would have told Clara that to him, orders from people he doesn't know don't sit well with him. To him, he did what he thought from his experiences was the more correct. He sensed a bigger threat coming following the train. He knew he had to get rid of that or slow it down somehow and then come back to the train and then defend the train.
No, of course. I think there was plenty of good in-character reasons for it, but it was also very in character for Clara to be like, come the fuck on. So it's, if you guys want to
much.
If you guys want to do that out through flavor, I think that would be really cool. Now, before anything else, any other questions? And then I'm going to get to my quick review.
Nope.
In that case,
I just want to say, like, one note. I think the Hive was more comfortable with any of these monsters than it ever was, like, around actual people.
yeah,
He wants to go back and befriend the.
I mean, it wouldn't befriend them, but it's fine. It's fine, just like existing near them.
The Scott are gonna gain sentience to a point where they can request the Enclave's help. That's the next mission.
Has actually happened once. The Scard are a very old villain, and I have had the Scard hire an Enclave squad once. The Enclave squad immediately betrayed them and threw the mission. But that said, well done to you all. To give a quick summary of my highlights, first of all, talking about Lance, it was great to finally see the character, great to finally play with you. Really interesting build, extremely interesting build. And
I saw Thane and I am like, ooh, Magic Knight, that's all I see.
I think that my favorite things you did on the mission, the invisible shield wall plus lightning bolt self-infusing thing to deal with the train was sick. Like, I thought that was awesome. You like spent so many. One thing I really like about the way you play is you're not scared of expending resources. You're like, bastard sword, fuck it, throw. Lightning bolts, using them all. Plate armor, I'm getting rid of it. We're doing it. That was so cool. And so I really like how you're so ready to like expend resources.
I explained, I come from a Diceless server that is high combat. Like if you're not thinking smart, if you're not using everything you have, it means mission fail because you could have done something.
Oh, yeah.
So I come from high stake, high reward, constant gameplay.
I also really like the way you use your spirit stat. I thought that was actually quite good. And thank God you have as high of a will stat as you do, given how much you eat essence. I'd say, I know that you have like a lot of stats you want to go into here, but for me, Lance feels like he wants vigor. He feels like he wants more might. He feels like he wants max resilience. He feels like he wants intelligence. He feels like he wants so many damn stats. It must be like, very annoying trying to juggle all of it.
Yeah, yes, it is. I figured if I go my next levels at level 8, I can get Will and Arcana at 5. Pull some pretty big bullshit for less, costing less vigor.
I see what you're going for. I think that you probably still want to build up the vigor, might, and resilience.
Yeah, I know. That's what I was going to do.
But also,
via level 9 and 10.
Don't sleep on the intelligence, by the way. I actually think that like the way you play Lance could benefit from a point or two in intelligence. He's a cool character, and it's fun getting to finally see him. I loved the way you expended your resources. That was really cool.
Yeah, I love throwing bastard swords and javelin.
Then, Clara, I have seen her through so many missions, and this was by far and away the most like intense and like high stakes one.
Not Motes in the Darkness.
That one was pretty intense as well, but this one was just more like screaming bloodshed. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So that was like insanely intense. But I will say, your positioning is so freaking good. You just go where you need to go. I think your Debriefs were like especially good on this one. And so I also think that you did a good job of being disciplined with your cooldowns, especially on Tag Your It. And the Tag Your It to get like people out of the sick tent and stuff like that. That was really smart because it meant that you didn't have to like talk to people and be like, oh, well, we need to do it. Oh, no, but you can't do it. Oh, but we need. No, just get out, move.
Yeah, that's pretty much her mentality. It's like there's a time for being diplomatic and all that, but there's also a time when if things are on the line, you just got to do what you got to do.
Hey, I do got. Oh, go ahead. I was about to interrupt you.
I was just going to say the hang time impacts were also extremely cool. And I think that the entire dynamic with Lance was actually really interesting. Them like collaborating and her being like, damn it, I gave you an order. And him being like, I did what I felt like I had to do. It was just a cool dynamic. Plus her doing like coordination for the team with her earpiece and then talking with the Hive as well. It meant that this very seat of your pants plan that you had to do for this very seat of the pants mission was way more likely to actually work out. So I genuinely think that the best thing I can say about you this mission, and there was a lot of things to be said good about this mission, was your positioning was amazing. Really good job being where you needed to be.
Earpiece has pretty much come in clutch in more ways than one, so.
Yeah. What were you going to say, Fawn?
You're lucky. So, one, Lance is lucky he met Mr. Guy's character, Mr. X, several times.
Yeah.
For that very reason. Because he saw an earpiece, he's like, oh, just work it like this. And second thing I was going to say, is there any other recommendations like for this perk? Like I use that perk as more of an energy work, I thought. I'm like, but that's good for targeting a person. Like, is there a idea, like, because now I have 2 perk points available.
I would recommend if you want to do the strength and power thing on Garethings, I think it's a cool idea. I'd say especially if you make it focused on one person and you have it in some way contingent on like a recent character moment, like a turning point sort of thing. So that way, because if you say, yeah, it's one person and there has to have been like a turning point behind it, you can get away with it being like a juicier effect. And that way it will be more satisfying and fun.
Yeah, I had to play those training weights really hard because I was told it was about how you flavor the weights while they're on your character.
Oh yeah, you have to like show the weights are having impact on you throughout.
Yeah, that's why I was like, hey, am I denting the floor with my weights?
Yeah. And then lastly, the Hive. This was I think one of the weirdest Hive missions I have ever seen. Not only because you were given an enemy that didn't really care about you very much, but also you had to really bend your kit to make them do what you wanted. Like when you start to realize, oh, Gore, they like that, let's do that. Because if you had just been like, Phantasm, look over there. No, they don't care. You have to like make them care. So seeing you kind of like unlock the puzzle of the Scarred was very satisfying. You getting that one siege tower to just like wail on the others was enormous. The train could not have pushed through it. It would have like ground the train to a halt. So you got like one of the siege towers out of the way, which is all the train needed to get through. That was huge. But also the opening the 3rd and 4th gates by yourself. The energy drink play was great. Using your sensory to its absolute utmost. And of course, the viewpoint into folding fan on the Shrieker. That was sick. That was so sick.
I as I said before, I think the Hive is absolutely capable of anything, but I was never expecting them to call in like a freaking tactical nuke. So
well, as you saw, the Hive was not able to like help with firepower almost at all in this mission. Like couldn't do anything with that unless it could somehow trick the Scarred to whack themselves, which is not easy to do. They don't normally friendly fire. I mean, they do, but they don't care. Like they don't try to friendly. It's incidental to do what they want. And so you played that extremely well. And the reason I got the Hive on this mission is I was like, okay, the Hive will be like uniquely resistant to the Scarred. Let's see what Tomáš can do, even though the Hive's like little pea shooter is going to do fuck all to them. And the like normal illusions aren't going to be able to.
Well, that brings me to a new question.
Oh yeah, what's up?
What was your reason for bringing Lance?
That's a good question. My main ones were, first of all, I knew I wanted the Hive. I was like, if I give Clara, I feel like we need more mobility. The Hive's pretty mobile, but I was like, I think we need a lot of mobility for this one. And the Hive and Clara are both very squishy. The Hive, admittedly, was not like squishy on this one, unless, you know, gas and guns had been involved. So situationally squishy. Clara is not really like a defensive character, and I was like, I need a defensive character. This is a Thane, high level Thane, has an interesting build, seems really tanky. Let's do that. That was like my logic for it. Because like, imagine if I'd had these two characters and Siri or something like that. That squad is gonna fold in a heartbeat. So I needed more meat on the squad.
So I see. And I am curious. People have been apparently talking about how Lance is as a character from just other conduits.
Mm-hmm.
I'm curious of what's been said.
Oh, I don't know. All I knew is I was like arcane build Thane, and I was like, oh, that's cool. let's take a look. I think something I forgot to mention. Good job leaning into your divine fruit, by the way. Lance has a very risky build, and I genuinely thought I was going to have to kill him a couple of times on this one. Like risky playstyle.
No, you could have tried. I wouldn't have let you.
Yeah. Well, we'll see about that.
I got 4 will. I don't think I'm dying.
Well, the thing about it, right, is that even towards like that final fight, he was getting wolfed, right? Because again, his physical stats leave something to be desired. And I think that because of that, the divine fruit is a very risky item for him because he's going to need to get stuck in when using it. And it's not always going to be a happy thing. But I thought that it ended up working out very well. Clara had a great assist there. And like I was saying about the Hive did a great job of like doing the second half of the mission, right? The squad only needed to get through
blind,
the first half.
Yeah, Lance was blind.
Oh, what's up, Tomáš?
I have to say it was a really interesting dynamic as the Hive was pretty much powerless entirely, but at the same time like had niches to fill, right? But
yeah, seriously.
It was a interesting Hive mission, yeah.
Oh yeah, that's right. Something you called.
What's up?
So earlier, Lance was told about another shiny knight or a guy in armor. These people have. It's felt like the reason he had to get off the train and hold that back, he had to outplay the last guy in armor.
Yeah. Well, if you saw episode 2, Karanis was pretty freaking cool on that one.
So like, let's like, do I have to like, you know what? You said another. I heard invincible. I'm like, so let's just play. He's like, prove that he's invincible. Got it. Let me go stop the incoming train really quick.
Yeah. And the train play was sick. That was definitely the coolest part of the mission for me. The last thing I want to say before we wrap up is episode name. What are we thinking? Last train from Narvul, episode 3, blank.
Siegebreaker.
Ooh, that's not a bad one. Oops, excuse me. I will take Siegebreaker.
Bloody New Year. Bloody New Year.
Yeah, Siegebreaker seems fun.
Hell yeah, let's do it. Last train.
I
also wanted to ask you.
Oh yeah, please, Tomáš.
How many people did the Phantasm generally draw to the train?
The writing in the sky.
Yes. That
helped, but by itself it would have done relatively little. It was Clara's tag starting people moving that did it.
Okay.
Because like with like human crowd psychology, once you start getting like a critical mass of people doing something, everyone else is inclined to do it. And so absolutely. The writing helped make her action more compelling for others to follow. But no, the sky writing was a good play. Just by itself, it wasn't a driver. And in that case, we will bring this to a conclusion. Thank you guys so much for taking the time to play, for wrapping out this crazy, crazy series with so much combat and fighting and death. Let us say our goodbyes. We will begin with Tim.
I'm Tim. It's always been fun playing these, and we will definitely be seeing more of Clara in the future alongside all my other nerds.
Excellent. And Fawn, any final words?
Yes. I would like to say it is going to be interesting to see the next mission Lance gets to be on a featured mission with.
Absolutely.
What I think should be what I think you should try to do is find a mission where Lance and Shelby team up.
I've been told. Or rather, I think I saw in chat those two are quite a combo. And lastly, Tomáš, final words.
All right. Congratulations to everyone who made it through the mission. I hope you enjoyed. Please join us on the server. You will get to play along with the Hive, which is a great offer, I'm sure. And yeah, thank you all for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day. See you all.
Marvelous. And as always, my name is Robbie Howell. Thank you so much for watching the longest video in the channel's history. And ciao for now.
Was it really?
Yes, it was.
It only felt like 2 hours.